stream. Hello, kings and queens of chat, and all the regulars and the lurkers, and anybody new if you want to stop by. Today I'm going to be streaming some Bloodborne. It's been a little bit, it's been about a year actually since the last time I played any Bloodborne on stream, and I know it's been at least 4 months since I played the game at all. But there was well, actually I've been in the mood to play anyway, and then just by coincidence there was actually a little bit of an announcement. So I'm a little excited about that. We're going to talk about the Bloodborne, I guess, I don't know if it's an animated movie or an animated series. I just put Bloodborne Anime in the title. We're going to chat about that if anybody wants to chat about it. I'll give my thoughts, my ideas, my impressions. I mean, we don't really have too much to go on yet. And while we do that, I'm going to try to do a little bit of a speed run of the game. It's going to be like a casual speed run, honestly. I'm not really a speedrunner per se, but I'm pretty sure I could beat the game in one sitting pretty comfortably, so I'm going to try to do that. I'm updating the thumbnail right now. I have to do it on a separate window. And then I'm going to post the link in my Discord really quick, just so in case anybody shows up and wants to watch the stream, or if anybody doesn't know that I'm streaming. This is my character. It's going to be Yuvia. I'm pretty sure it means rain, or something to do with rain. We're going to be running through the game with her really quick. I just want to make sure I have everything set up before I get started, that's all. Make sure that I can read the chat comfortably. I had to change my entire streaming setup for this because it's been so long since I've played Bloodborne on stream. Okay, this should work. Go here. Go to my stream notifications. And would you look at that? It worked. I was going back and forth on the thumbnail. I was either going to use the Bloodborne title screen that like everybody uses, and YouTube will recognize the thumbnail and then they'll probably recommend it to more people, or this awesome one that I made with Gehrman. I decided to just use the one with Gehrman because I like it more, and I don't really care that much about what YouTube wants me to do. I'm going to play the game that I want to play it and stream the way that I want to stream. Anyway, I have my chat window up. I have everything ready to go. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay as much attention to the chat as usual. I should probably also confirm that my microphone and everything is working. Let me do something really quick. In fact, let me do this really quick. Sorry about the little bit of a delayed start. Probably should have just tested this before. It's just a weird stream setup. Very different from my normal setup that I've been using for the last year. I'll make a poll option for the haters. Alright. Put this back over here. And in the absolute best case scenario, everything should be working, and I'm going to get started. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to pay as much attention to the chat today because I'm going to be focusing on speedrunning the game if I can. Like I said, I don't know all like the actual speedrun strats, but I've played the game an incredible amount already in my life. I've pretty much mastered the game at this point, so I can at least beat the game in the fastest way that I know how to beat it. I am going to be using a Hunter's Axe for the entire playthrough, so that's definitely a divergence. Like I said, I'm not going with like the standard speedrunning strat. My goal is just to beat the game as fast as I can beat it, and I want to use the Hunter's Axe just because that's what I feel like using today, so that's what we're going to do. And I want to show off some ways that the Hunter's Axe is really powerful. I know it's not as... I would say if your goal is to speedrun the game or to do a low-level challenge, the Saw Cleaver or the Saw Spear is better. But overall, I like the Hunter's Axe a lot more for many different situations outside of just playing the game at the lowest level possible. Anyway, we're kind of on a timer now. I'm going to be using my in-game time to check things at the end. So I'm going to be skipping cutscenes. I'm going to be going fast. And here we go. We're starting in Yosefka's clinic. I'm going to try to kill this werewolf if I can. It's a little louder than I thought it would be. I'll mess with it in a second. Okay, here we go. Got him. That is a good start. Get a few free blood vials, some free blood echoes. Grab all these other vials on my way by. And we're off to the races. I think the intended process for the start of the game is that you're supposed to get destroyed by that werewolf and then get sent to the dream. But if you're a little bit talented at the game, you can just hit him with one backstab and kill him. This guy we're not going to fight. We're going to grab this lever. We're going to grab all the items on the ground around here. And then I'm going to run upstairs. I will probably... So normally if I'm trying to go really fast, I'll just run through here and grab the saw spear and just use that. Which I'm still considering maybe doing. I haven't decided yet. When I grab the lamp, I think I'm going to go back and just get the Hunter's Axe and my gun right away. It's been a long time since I played the game. I don't think I need to go super fast, especially playing recklessly. And since I'm planning on using the Hunter's Axe anyway, I might as well just grab the Hunter's Axe as soon as I can. But otherwise, what I would normally do here is just run right past the lamp, go grab the saw spear, and then use that. I'm going to show off a route that I use sometimes. I just show this like footage whenever I used to make guide videos and things like that. Where you can kind of run through the whole central Yharnam area in one big loop. I'm going to grab the blunderbuss. I think it's way better than the pistol. I think the blunderbuss is basically in the top 3 guns in the game. I think the repeating pistol and the blunderbuss are the 2 best weapons in the game. I need to focus on actually playing the game, so hold on. Go here. Let me get some vials. Just gonna spend all my money on vials now. Alright. A couple things I wanted to do. Adjust the volume on my TV so it's not being super loud. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried that you guys are not hearing my microphone right now because YouTube is telling me the audio of the stream is lower than it should be, which wouldn't make sense if I'm talking the entire time. And then also there's 0 viewers, which is very irregular for me. Even when I stream like non-Fire Emblem content, I usually have like 5 to 10 viewers. So I don't know why nobody is coming to the stream unless the only explanation I could think of is that my microphone is not working right now. But unfortunately, nobody's here to tell me if that's the case or not, so I'm just going to have to roll with it until somebody shows up and hopefully lets me know. Okay. There's some free Molotovs over here, which we are going to equip. At this point, I'm just going to start to go really fast. I do want to get the bloodstone shards that are up here. And there's some more down here. For this part, I actually normally like to run by these guys, but I kind of went the wrong way. But that's fine, I can go this way. Can't remember what this is, so I'm going to grab it. Okay, it's actually totally useless. The item that I want is actually up here on the left. Here we go. I don't know if those guys followed me or not. I'll check and see when I go grab the oil. They did not follow me this far. They usually don't, but every once in a while they do. It's weird. Can I one-shot these guys? Yeah, the Hunter's Axe has great utility if you switch or swap between the different forms. A lot of players don't really use the L1 button that often. You can kill these guys without parrying them if you just smack them repeatedly with R2. So if you use all of the buttons on the controller, the Hunter's Axe, in my opinion, is the superior weapon. It's probably the best weapon in the game. It has a great R1, great R2, great L1, and even after you transform, it has pretty good L2 attacks, although I would say the mix-ups between your gun and the R2 are stronger. I'm not going to fight the werewolves up top. I will show you a fun little trick with these guys. Any blood tinge attack, you just knock them on the ground to stop them from jumping at you and hitting you. The dogs in FromSoft games tend to be extremely annoying. The ones in Bloodborne are very annoying, but you have the best possible tool to deal with them, which is the blunderbuss. If you just hit them with the blunderbuss, they fall down, and they become not a problem at all. Grab some shards. Yeah, I'm going to ignore those werewolves. They are of no concern to me, now or at any point in the future. Just completely ignore them, and run around here. Go this way. Oh, that guy's way over there. I'm actually going to heal now. I have almost the maximum stock of vials anyway. Nope. I can tell it's been a while since I played. Yeah, if you mess up your parries, you can always just use the weight of your weapon to stun lock the enemies, which is where the Hunter Axe really excels. It has awesome weapon weight. Very, very heavy attacks that keeps the enemy stunned basically forever. And the mix-ups between, as a result, the mix-ups between the blunderbuss and the Hunter's Axe are really strong. We're probably not going to see them very much. It's typically good at, like, endgame type play. Like, the power of, like, the weapon weight starts to really matter, especially in, like, Chalice dungeons and stuff like that, where the enemies tend to be bigger and harder to stun lock. Here we go. Wish I dealt slightly more damage. Take out that guy with one hit. You often see me doing this dashing movement after I fire the blunderbuss. It just gets you into like the perfect position for a parry. R2, L1, R1. Look at that combo. Much more effective than just mashing the R1 button. I don't really have a need to fight these guys. I do want to grab these bullets. They're free. I do want to go up here. Yeah, I think I want the music box. You know what? It's not that important. I don't need the music box. I can beat him without it. It's really useful for skipping the second phase, which is my least favorite phase, and also the one that I'm worst at, so I may regret this decision. But I think the amount of time that I save by not going up there and running an entire loop around everything will maybe be better. I'm not actually sure. If I end up dying because I don't have... Hello, Mr. Bushranger. Can you please let me know if you can hear my microphone? I don't know if it's working or not. Oh, messed that up. Alright, we're just gonna do this. You. That's one pig down. Yeah, you can hear me? Okay. So it's not a problem with the microphone. It's probably just the fact that I'm streaming at 2 in the afternoon. How are you doing today? Are you a Bloodborne fan, or are you just here for the sake of being here? You said it's lower quality than normal? Yeah. Like I said, well, I mentioned this earlier, like 10 minutes ago, but I had to change my streaming setup before I started today, so everything's going to sound a little bit different. It should be back to normal on Saturday. Sometimes that guy knocks himself down when he hits the boulder. I'm not sure why. It's like semi-random. Knock him down with the gun. And he is gone. You are a Bloodborne fan, but you haven't beat it before. Ah, okay. Well, my plan is to beat the game in one sitting today. So we're going to do our best to accomplish that. I wouldn't say I'm like an experienced speedrunner. I don't really follow the speedrun strats, the speedrun routes. It's kind of like the way that I play Fire Emblem. I like to play my own way. I don't like to follow the routes that other people come up with. So my goal is to beat the game as fast as I know how, but I'm not necessarily doing like all the top speedrunning tricks and things like that. Most notably is the fact that I'm using the Hunter's Axe. If you're going to speedrun the game, you should be using the Saw Cleaver or the Saw Spear. Usually the Saw Cleaver, but I just like the Hunter's Axe, and I'm planning to use it anyway, so that's my goal. Anyway, we're going to do Gascoigne now. You're going to lurk now. Alright, no worries. So the first phase is pretty straightforward. Really? There you go. You can usually hit him on that second attack. Alright, I'm going to back up and stock some blood bullets really quick. That way I have more shots. I want him to do his combo. Oops. I need to heal. I need to bring him up here anyway. He's really annoying with that gun. Man, all my timing and spacing is just like slightly off. Alright, we really don't want to have to deal with this second phase if we don't have to. Nice, got him with that. Yeah, he really cheats with the blunderbuss, by the way. He's allowed to use the blunderbuss when he's using the two-handed stance with his axe. Very unfair. I can't do that. I have to switch back and forth. He's allowed to just pull it out and shoot with it while he has the two-handed weapon equipped. The player can never do that. I would like for him to transform, because I'm really bad at the two-handed phase. That would have been a good hit. Okay, he should transform soon. Can you please transform? Oh, that should have been a parry. Okay, here we go. Now he's going to transform. Surely you're going to transform. Get a free hit there. Oh, that was a parry. For a second I thought I missed it. There we go. I should be able to just stun lock him to death now, honestly. Nope. Got him. Okay. I am not going to go back to the Hunter's Dream right now. I'm going to run straight through, unlock some shortcuts, grab some items, and then I'll go back later once I'm ready. There's not a huge need to go back unless you're worried about dying at this point, or if you need to upgrade your weapon, which I don't really need to do. I've actually gone through all the way, at least as far as the Blood-Starved Beast, without ever going back to the Dream or upgrading my weapon, so I'm not going to go that far, but I am going to go to, I think I'm going to go to Old Yarnum and then use the lamp there, go back, upgrade my weapon. I should be able to maybe get some more shards on the way. Actually, how many shards do I have now? Oh man, I would really like to get one more shard if I can. I'm trying to think if there's a one in it, like a location that's easy to grab. I know there's some up here, but they're in a spot that's like annoying to get. I would like to find some in a spot that's like not annoying to get. Find some in a place that's easy to get. We are going to be doing Yharnam Sunrise, by the way. It's the fastest ending. I don't know. I'll see what people want me to... If people want me to fight Gehrman, I will. Oh, did not expect him to do that. Almost died for that. Usually those guys will not attack right away. They spend time, like, pointing at you. They're like, oh, I see you over there. And then they start attacking. It's very irregular for them to just start attacking while you're right in their face. Their parry window is insanely wide. You can basically shoot them at any point in time when they're at any point in their animation. Like, even as when they start their wind-up, like the very start of their attack wind-up. And it will count as a parry. That reminds me, I have to change my gear. Okay. Slightly better defenses and things like that should help me, I guess. We still got 8 Molotovs. We're going to use some right now. Reach. Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, my weapon's a little bit underpowered right now. I think there's shards over here. Just one shard, please. No shards. Ugh. I was hoping there was a shard there. For some reason, I thought there was. I'm trying to think if there's... Oh, I know where there's a shard I can grab. Of course. Yeah, I know exactly where it is. There's a really obvious shard. I will have to fight Bloodstarved Beast with a +2 weapon. I don't think that's a huge concern of mine. You know what? I'm gonna lure the dogs out. Come here, doggos. I'd like to knock them both down if I can. This is fine too. Okay, here we go. Blood Tinge is my favorite stat in this game. It's my favorite style. It's my favorite method of gameplay. All my favorite weapons are basically the guns and the hybrid gun weapons. But I'm actually going with a minimum Blood Tinge build this time. I didn't really talk about it at the beginning. Maybe I should have. I'll show off my stats right now. So yeah, I went with Cruel Fate, which gives 14 Arcane and minimum Blood Tinge and pretty low skill. It's the best starting build for a Strength Arcane build, and honestly, there's actually really only 2 builds in this game that are worth running on, for 99% of characters. Military Veteran. If you're never going to use the Arcane stat ever, you should just do Military Veteran. It minimizes Arcane and allows you to put points into your other stats. And then if you are going to have any amount of Arcane at any point in time, you should just go with Cruel Fate, which minimizes Blood Tinge. When you're picking your stats in FromSoft games, and some people don't really realize this until you point it out to them, but when you're picking your stats, your minimum stats are actually the most important thing. It doesn't really matter what your high stats are for your starting class. Like, you might think like, oh, I'm a strength character, so I want to pick a class that starts with high strength. But that's not really how it works, because you can just raise your strength as much as you want later on. What you actually want to do is minimize your stats as much as possible. So if I'm not planning to use Blood Tinge, I want my Blood Tinge to be as low as possible. Because there's no other way for me to make the stat go any lower later on. I can only make my stats go higher. I can't make them go lower. Oh, that guy's really trolling me today. What are you doing, man? Just do one of your regular attacks. What is he doing? He's literally just standing there. Alright. I was getting too cute trying to parry him. I could just hit him a few times. That's really good, actually. The fact that he dropped a shard is really good. That might allow me to just barely get a +3 weapon here. I'm gonna have to check on it. There's an antidote here that I want. I might need it later. In fact, I will equip it now. And do I unequip the Molotovs? I'm gonna keep them equipped just in case. I can think of one situation where I might want to use them coming up soon. Always roll. Alright, so there's a few shards over here that I might be able to grab. Hello, Hoshito Kokoro. The starting stat philosophy is the reason why you go with champion in Elden Ring to minimize your FP and intelligence. Yeah, it's the same idea. Like, you can't lower your intelligence later on, right? So you want to pick a starting class that has the lowest intelligence possible. Whereas your strength, you can make it go as high as you want later. Okay, that guy being dead is really good. That means I can grab 3 shards here and then 1 there. I think I might be 1 short of what I want. I am going to grab the flame sprayer, especially because I'm running a sort of arcane build. This is a hunter's torch, by the way. It's not the flame sprayer. I don't know what I was thinking. I know why I was thinking that, but it's very wrong information. Okay. Spin to win. Enough of this nonsense. Alright, so let me see how many shards I have. 12. I need 16. Okay, never mind. I'm nowhere close. So I can just go back now. I'm not going to get a +3 weapon before I fight the Bloodstarved Beast. I could go grab the Flame Sprayer, but I think that's not conducive to my philosophy of wanting to clear the game quickly. So I'm just going to go upgrade my weapon and then try to clear the game fast. I'm not going to worry about getting the Flame Sprayer, even though it would be very good on this build because we have 14 arcane. I think the Molotovs are good enough for what we need to do. And this will allow us to restock as well. Alright. I actually, I haven't really played Elden Ring that much yet still. Played it one time through to completion, and then I've played like a couple other times just making builds to do random stuff with, like invading, but then not actually beating the game. Alright, we're gonna get some stuff. This is more important right now. I will upgrade my stats. I could do Blunderbuss, but I don't think I need to. I think I grabbed a Blood Gem. That's like 1 extra damage. It's better than nothing. Yeah, it's a really big game. I think that's a huge part of it for sure. I want Gascoigne's hat, I think. And Garb. It's going to give me some good poison resistance. Allow me to show off my cool bangs. Check that out. Hold on a second. Yeah, actually, I want stats right now more than I want items. Because... okay, poison resist is based on endurance. Am I ever going to have more than 12 endurance? No. But I do want to raise my vitality, so I have more HP and defense. And I would like to raise my strength. It's not scaling that fast yet, though, so I think I'm just going to focus on HP. Because HP is scaling way faster than damage right now. So, a little bit of a hint. I included this in my guide video that I put out a while ago. Early on, the damage scaling is really bad, so there's not really any reason to upgrade your damage stats early on. You can just wait and do it later after you upgrade your weapon, and the damage scaling is a lot better. But HP scaling early on is very good. Alright, so I want to grab these Molotovs out of storage, so I'm back up on 10. I have 4 antidotes. I really only need 1. Probably I might not even need 1. And we're going to head back to Old Yarnum, and we're going to try to clear it in 1 run through. Hello, Skyroon. Welcome to the stream. Everyone is saying they're cautiously optimistic, so that actually brings me to a good point of what I wanted to talk about. Yeah, when I first saw the announcement, I didn't really have much of a thought about it. I just said I was kind of feeling cautious. I think, so I'm going to go over my apprehensions first, but I do want to say that I kind of come around on the idea in just the span of like 1 morning. I'm feeling a little bit more hopeful, a little bit more optimistic, but my initial impression was based on kind of 3 important facts that have to do with adaptations in general. So number 1, video games strongly benefit from the feeling of playing it yourself. Being the protagonist, controlling your character, running around, being able to, do all this stuff and explore the world yourself. And a movie or an anime or a cartoon or a live-action adaptation of a video game is never going to be able to replicate that feeling. You can never get the feeling of playing the game yourself, which is very important, and that is one hurdle that all video game adaptations have to overcome. Number 2, Bloodborne itself has pretty sparse lore, intentionally so, and it uses a pretty non-traditional narrative. And I think if you're going to make an adaptation of it, they're probably either going to change it into a more traditional narrative, or they're going to have a very hard time adapting the non-traditional narrative in a way that is satisfying for more casual viewers. Oh man, he got that stupid thing when he's on the ground and he's immune to my attacks for like half of a frame, and I attacked on that exact frame. Look at that combo. What was the third thing I wanted to say? It has to do with Bloodborne specifically. I can't remember what it was, but either way, yeah, I was just feeling a little bit optimistic, or sorry, cautious. Just cautious about the adaptation in general. But the more I thought about it, and what I've seen of it so far, I mean, we don't really have much to go on right now, so I'd rather just be positive rather than be negative. Just assume, like, hey, what if it turns out really good? You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be awesome? And we can just hope for the best. I think that's more satisfying than just immediately trying to be negative and hoping, or just expecting the worst. These stairs actually benefit these guys a lot, by the way. Oh man, just barely mistimed that attack. They have like really interesting hitboxes where when you're swinging downward, like down the staircase at them, you can sometimes whiff your attacks. You actually saw me do it one time in that big scuffle, although I don't know if it was noticeable to anyone other than me. But I did miss a pretty key attack right there. If Sony cares enough to make an animated movie of Bloodborne, then they must care enough to give this game a 60 FPS patch. No, everyone was actually making that exact joke. They were like, we're literally going to get a Bloodborne movie or a Bloodborne anime before the game gets put on PC. Or before we get like just a decent patch for the game. I don't know why it is that way, it just is that way. That's just how things are. That's just how things are. Yeah. I am definitely stopping and killing more things than I need to. I could probably just run through a lot of this. The Bloodborne animated movie is being produced by Jacksepticeye. I saw that too. Which I don't have like a strong opinion about him. I don't have a strong opinion about most people. I don't like stand around thinking about celebrities and stuff like that. Oh man, I'm gonna have to run through here. I don't know why those jars didn't blow up. They really should have blown up. Oh crap, oh crap. I'm possibly dead. I don't know how I got out of there. That's what I expected to happen. But yeah, I don't really have a strong opinion about him, or really most celebrities or influencers or whatever you want to call them. I just don't really pay that much attention to, like, fame, and I'm very irreverent. Like, I don't really consider fame to be a thing, honestly. I don't think, like, fame is a real thing. I think every person is just as good as every other person, whether you have 1 million followers or 0 followers. But from what I can see, he seems like he is a fan of Bloodborne, so, I mean, that's a good starting point, obviously. Someone being a fan of the game is better than the project being headed by somebody who doesn't care about it at all or doesn't know anything about it. Up here. Yeah, we're going to use that combo. R1 into L1. Oh, he dodged that one. Oh, we actually took damage. Oh, that's actually a really interesting glitch, which the player can use too. Did you see when he dodged past me? I didn't take damage, but my poison meter started building up. You can actually do that to enemies as well. If you stack poison gems onto your weapon, whenever you roll past enemies, it actually applies the poison stack to them. And you can apply like rapid poison or slow poison just by repeatedly rolling into an enemy. It's just, I don't know if I would call it a glitch, or it's just like something. It has to do with the hit detection on the game. Whenever you're rolling, it considers that to be a 0 damage attack, and so it applies your modifiers. That's why whenever the enemy dodged through me, it built up a poison stack, because his attacks have a poison modifier. So his dodge counted as an attack, which counted as him technically poisoning me. And sorry, I'm not going to be able to look at the chat for a couple minutes. Like I said, I'm focusing on playing fast, so I am going to take a glance at the chat when I get a second to do so, but right now I'm in a situation where I'm moving very quickly, and I'm surrounded by enemies, and I'm constantly moving. Okay, yeah, I blew up the ground floor there. Honestly, the main reason why I like to go this way is just to... Oh, crap. missed the walkway. The main reason I like to go this way is just because I like to blow up the ground floor and get rid of a bunch of enemies down there. Alright, here's a good time to read. You can do the same thing in Elden Ring. Are you talking about the rolling glitch? If the response is good enough to the movie, then Sony might reconsider the idea of Bloodborne Remastered. Yeah, maybe. Man, you know, I'm really disappointed in myself right now. I was considering a very strong possibility that we could get through this with 0 deaths. And I just died in the most ridiculous, pointless way possible. So that's pretty unsatisfying. But it is what it is. Yeah, okay, so that glitch still works in Elden Ring too. Huh, that's funny. That means it probably maybe works in Dark Souls 3 as well, I would imagine. Because I think they're all made on the same engine. Oops. Oh man, he had the perfect reach on that one. This guy, I'd rather use my gun if I can. Yeah, you really have to use reach against these guys. Alright, what I'm going to do is actually run through this section. Because I don't need to fight these guys up here. They can't follow me. Even if they fall down here, they're not going to be able to follow me fast enough to get anywhere meaningful or do anything meaningful. I'm going to, because I died already once anyway, I'm actually going to try to run through here really quick. Yeah, I don't normally do that, but because I'm in this situation anyway, I can just run through a lot of this stuff. And we're actually getting enemies to either get blown up or fall off the walkways. So we're getting a couple of extra passive echoes here, which is nice. I don't have any reason to go check out the other path, so I'm just going to not double back there. The poison thing is really funny because the equipment in Elden Ring can also do damage on rolling. Yes, there have been equipment in other Souls games that have, like, intentionally have damage on rolling. But this is, like, a different thing. This is just, like, when you roll past an enemy, the game detects you as, like, bumping into them, which is, like, technically, quote-unquote, hitting them. And the reason it has to work that way is so that the enemies stumble away. Like, if you notice the enemies stumble when you roll into them, they want the enemies to do that. They want the enemies to stumble when you roll into them, right? And so, for that reason, they set it up so that the enemies take 0 damage, and then a certain amount of stagger, which is what causes them to stumble. But as a result, it also causes the modifiers on your weapon to get applied to them, which is the point of the glitch. You finished Bloodborne with the boom hammer yesterday? Oh, I love the boom hammer. I might show off some of my endgame builds later, depending on how long the stream lasts and how long this takes me, and if people show up and if they're excited about watching more of this. Oh, what? Where are these guys coming from? That is very unusual. It's probably because I don't normally die in this area, so I don't know what happens when you respawn. I only know what happens when you go through the first time correctly. Okay, that could have been a lot worse. And we're kind of cornered here. Hold on, I'm just going to run past. I do not want to fight in that corner. And, oh, well, we're stuck. We are extremely stuck. We're going to die again for sure. Okay, well, that was unfortunate. I did not anticipate that happening. Alright, I'm going to do the other path. I'm going to do the other route where you jump down. And not my normal route. Because apparently, when you drop that thing on the ground and it explodes the bottom area, that only applies on that very first time you do it. On the second time you run through, you can't drop the bomb down there again and blow up the bottom floor. And so instead what happens, I guess, is that the guys come upstairs and try to block your path. You never tried Simon's Blowblade? Oh, it's really strong. It's actually pretty much one of the best weapons in the game, honestly. Because it's the best long-range weapon in a game that doesn't really have it doesn't really have many good long-range options. The only really, truly great long-range weapon in the game before the DLC was released is the repeating pistol. The Evelyn is basically just like a meme. It's just like a total noob trap. The repeating pistol is actually pretty legitimate in terms of damage output, especially at it's not just the output, but also like the efficiency per bullet and the efficiency per bone marrow ash is like really good. It's genuinely worth using on blood tinge builds. I still use it on my blood tinge builds now, even though there's DLC weapons that are arguably better. But when the Bowblade came out, it really added something to Bloodborne which didn't exist before, which is the ability to just stand back and shoot at enemies from range, and basically just cheese them by just shooting at them. And the crazy thing is, it has an extremely fast firing rate, and it has high damage per bullet. So it's literally just better than every gun in the game, unless you want to make a very strong argument for the repeating pistol, which I would maybe do myself because I love the repeating pistol. I think I'm actually going to go this way because I want to grab my echoes, and I don't know where they are. So I'm either going to see them on this staircase, or if I don't, I'm going to go out here and see if I can grab them out here. They are not out here. Okay. Oh, they're right here. Okay. Go, 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 go. Okay, we're fine. These guys will try to chase me, but it's not a huge concern. I do want to grab this. I think this Ritual Blood here is actually the trigger for opening the gate. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I've heard that's the case. And I would, unless I'm misremembering what I heard before, or if somebody told me information that was wrong, I think picking up that Ritual Blood is actually what causes the gate to open up. It has nothing to do with actually defeating the boss or anything like that. There is a guy over there with shards, but I'm not going to bother with him. I don't really need what he has. And I want to get away from these guys who are... Whoa, they chased me way further than I expected. Okay. I'm going to run this way. Okay. We're good. There's a guy behind me, though. Hold on. I saw him. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him. I'm glad I brought these Molotovs with me. Okay, since we ran all the way down here, I'm going to grab this. That was some Dark Souls 2 action right there, where you're just like surrounded by a bunch of weak enemies, and you get overwhelmed. Not because the enemies are strong or difficult, but just because there's so many of them. Yeah, this is what the Molotovs are for, just in case I get into an emergency situation. Because I have 14 Arcane, I can deal a ton of damage with these Molotovs. Oh, come on. That's actually the second one who got me with that hand thrusting attack. Which, by the way, I think that's actually the same move that your character uses when they're barehanded. Maybe. Yeah, Simon's Bowblade is really good, though, is what I was trying to say in way too many words. And a lot of people use it at endgame because it's really fast and efficient at like punching through enemy health bars when you're in the Chalice dungeons. Especially like if you do a lot of co-op, the Bowblade is a really popular choice for a weapon because you can spawn into another player's world with your Bowblade and then just go into the boss's room and just shred through their health bar constantly with like non-stop long-range attacks. And it's something that you just can't really do with anything else in this game. Even the Black Sky Eye for arcane builds is like nowhere near as fast and doesn't deal anywhere near as much damage as the Bowblade, I don't think. Alright, shortcut is open. We're probably not going to need it. Hopefully. I mean, I died twice already in a very moronic way. Both times, in fact. Two different stupid ways of dying. Is the cannon a gimmick? The cannon is very good in PvP. However, the repeating pistol is basically just it almost does the exact same thing as the cannon, but it requires far less ammunition. And that statement kind of applies to PvP as well. It definitely applies to PvE. Like in PvE, I would never use the cannon. There's just no reason to do it when the repeating pistol does the same thing better. Don't die again, please. Okay, hold on a second. Sorry, I gotta focus on what I'm doing here. This guy is currently buffed. Are you kidding? How is that not a parry? I just parried him 3 times in a row and it didn't count any times. Okay, I can't even remember what I was saying now. Oh yeah, so the repeating pistol does the same thing as the cannon, but just like for less bullets, like way less bullets. And so there's not really a reason to ever use it, to be just completely honest. And PvP is like a little bit different because sometimes the cannon can one-shot a player, whereas the repeating pistol wouldn't. But the thing is, repeating pistol almost always one-shots another player. So again, it's the same argument. There's just not a reason to use the cannon when you could just use the repeating pistol instead. I have fire paper for this, right? Alright, I'm gonna try to just fight this guy straight up. We'll see how it goes. The cleaver is a lot better for this, but I can beat him with a hunter's axe. That is the thing that I do not want to see. Yeah, please stop doing that. It's just a huge time waste. Do that. And then... if he hits you, don't panic dodge. You'll get punished way worse. Will you get over here? There we go. Do that. Okay, I can't get him with a follow-up. I'm very unfortunate. Okay, I can do it that way. Too far away. Please stop doing that. It's just a time waster. Got him. And then heal back up with the visceral. I should have a max level blood tinge build. If people want to see it later, I will show off like how powerful the repeating pistol is. Can get off 2 attacks there. There. Nice. I didn't know if that would work or not. I could have parried that. Could have parried that too easily. That. I'm gonna run away. If you can break his stance before he uses his explosion attack, it can be very effective. But you have to be right on top of him, like as soon as he starts powering up. And I backed off like right as soon as he started powering up, so it just wasn't gonna work. Okay. One shot, back off. Yeah, those extra levels and equipping the Gascoigne gear is so helpful here, because otherwise the poison meter builds up super fast. In, hit, back off. I'm just gonna do one hit. I'm just gonna do hit and run. Like right now, if I just wail on him. No, that didn't work. Yeah, see, even doing that, I couldn't break his stance fast enough. But we're fine. I'm gonna use antidote here. And I'm gonna have to use another antidote right away. I think I can get him here. Just barely. Back off. Yeah, I'll just do hit and run for a while. Because I'm building up way too much poison. Alright. I'll let him do his thing. How did I miss? I gotta lock back onto him. I do a lot better against this boss when I'm locked on. Some bosses I can do like without lock on. Some bosses I need to lock on. How did I miss that again? Okay, I got him. I missed that same attack twice in a row. It's I can't do it now because you can only do it when you're locked onto an enemy. It's sort of like this attack right there, but it's a little bit different. If you do it after a dash, your character actually dashes forward with the thrust. Raider Palash is great. Yeah, I love the Raider Palash. It's really good at setups too, setup parries. You can use it in PvE and PvP. If you do R1 into L1 against almost every single hunter type enemy in this game, they will pretty much immediately get parried by you. Like Maria, all of the NPC hunters, like the Yahargul Gank Squad, and like, yeah. Pretty much any NPC hunter that you can think of in this game, or like the Bloody Crow. It doesn't really work against the Bloody Crow, but that has more to do with the fact that he dodges R1 attacks. But yeah, if you hit them with an R1 and then you immediately L2 like this, this is a different weapon, but if you do this, R1 into L2, like you hit them and then you transform your weapon, your Raider Palash, into the gun, and then shoot them immediately, and it just every single time you do that, it works, and they just attack into you. And get parried right away. That's what I'm trying to say. Hold on a second. There's something I want. It's, is this the one? Yeah. That'll give me an extra 3 damage. Might be helpful at some point in time. Yeah, there's nothing else I need from here. I'm gonna look at chat when I get to the next loading screen. Yeah, now my strength is going up. Honestly, I'm just gonna keep pumping vitality. At least up to 22 for now. Alright, we should be able to run through Amelia really fast. I'm trying to think if I should try to pick up some easy twin bloodstone shards, or if I should just go kill Amelia as fast as I can. I'm kind of curious to try to kill Amelia as fast as I can. I don't normally do her, fight her this way. Mikolash glitched out of the walls and then died after 10 minutes. That sounds like a Mikolash thing to do. The nightmare swirls and churns, unending. You normally cheese him with pungent cocktails. You think the Saw Spear is better than the Saw Cleaver? I actually 100% agree. And it has to do with the horizontal sweeping attacks, and the transformation attack, and the charged R2 attack in the base. In the expanded form. Which some people like the charged R2 of the cleaver because it has that wraparound effect where you can like grab enemies like into a backstab from weird angles. But I actually don't really like use backstab cheese that much as part of my game plan. I normally fight enemies straight up, and in that situation, the thrusting charged attack of the spear is like so good. Yeah, the Saw Spear is really good. I mean, I honestly think they're both top-tier weapons, though, so it's just like a minimal comparison. I think the Saw Spear, Saw Cleaver, and Hunter's Axe are the 3 best weapons in the game. There's twins over here. Oh, crap. I'm gonna dash off a ledge, aren't I? Okay. I'm trying to figure out the setup parry on these guys. It's kind of weird. Anyway, there's twin shards over here that I want to grab, just in case I can get a +4 weapon. Plus anything weapon. Okay, I shouldn't be able to. Give me a second, I need some water. If I had the flame sprayer, I could kill these guys so easily. Alright, you know what? I don't have very many echoes to lose. I'm going to show you guys a setup that I'm pretty sure works pretty consistently. I haven't done it in a long time, but if you just line yourself up with these ropes and then just run towards them, you can get this jump very consistently, which is good because that jump is extremely annoying. And then here, you just run this way. Yeah, that jump is extremely difficult to land. I'm going to... I don't have any reason to return to the Hunter's Dream right now, so I'm just going to continue going down from here, I think, is the play. Well, I could get the HP regen if I go back right now, but I don't need it right this second. I'll get it later. That doll right there, by the way, she slightly moves if you watch her for a very long time. You can see her moving and breathing. It's kind of cool. We're obviously not going to take that time to do that right now. Hello, Janetakal. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You've never beaten Bloodborne by the Simon's Bowblade or the Threaded Cane. I think the Threaded Cane is not a terrible weapon, but I think it is terrible for new players, which is really sad because so many new players love the Threaded Cane and they get so excited about using it, and then they try to use it, and it makes Bloodborne a much harder and more difficult experience for them than it needs to be. I think it is... So Bloodborne has a reputation as being a very hard game. I don't think it's anywhere near as hard as people, you know, say that it is. A big part of the reason why Bloodborne has such a reputation for being difficult is because of the Threaded Cane, in my opinion. Because new players try to use the Threaded Cane, and it just makes the game so much harder for them that they end up thinking that the game is very difficult, when it's really not. It's just that the Threaded Cane it's very difficult to use until you're more familiar with the game systems. As opposed to the Saw Cleaver and the Saw Spear, where you can just mash R1 for the entire playthrough and just beat the game. Which is part of the reason why those weapons are very overrated, in my opinion. I still think they're very good. I still think they're among the best weapons in the game, but they're not, like, as... Like, some people think, like, they're the only good weapons, or, like, there's nothing else that's even close to them. And that's just not true. The only thing that they're the best at... The only thing that the Saw Cleaver and Saw Spear are truly the best at is just the ability to mash R1 and win without having to think. Alright, I'd like to kill this guy over here, because I believe he either drops Twin Shards or he has a chance of dropping Twin Shards. And I think there's also Twin Shards on the floor also next to him. I'm going to use Spin to win here. I should be able to deal a good amount of damage. The trick with these guys... is to use setup parries. Like that, or prediction parries, I should say. Okay, and also your R2 attack will stun him a little bit more, so he's not constantly smashing into you. That's fine. I wish I'd hit at least one of these guys along with the dog, but... I don't think so, buddy. I always forget the guys with the torches have a really fast follow-up. Alright, Bolt Paper, don't care. Madman's Knowledge, don't care. Okay, I guess I thought there was a Twin Shard over here. That was kind of a wasteful movement on my part. I am gonna go deal with the Brain Sucker over there. Ooh, I actually outsped him. I think it's because of the extra weight of this attack right here. It kept him stunned for like an extra second. These guys are very weak against elemental damage. Kill him with a single Molotov. Alright, there's my Fire Blood Gemstone, which I will probably not use. Yeah. I don't have the right slots for it. You think a lot of people find Bloodborne easy compared to other FromSoft titles? I think everyone has like their own games that they're good or bad at when it comes to FromSoft stuff. And also even like bosses within the games. Like some people find a boss like impossible, and other people defeat them very easily. Like in my case, I never really have... I mean, I wouldn't say that I've never struggled with Orphan of Kos, but it's definitely not the hardest for me. Very far from it. Whereas conversely, Lawrence, people, for some reason, like everyone seems to think Lawrence is like the hardest thing in the entire game, and he's just not hard for me at all. Like I have never had any problem with Lawrence at all. In my opinion, he's one of the easiest bosses in the game. It's very strange. It's just people just have like different play styles, different strengths and weaknesses as gamers. I think the most effective way to defeat Lawrence is to treat it like a turn-based battle, kind of like the meta or the main strategies that you want to use when you're playing Dark Souls 2, which is that you attack once and then you back off and you let the enemy take his attack, and then you attack once and then you back off and you let him take his attack, and you just kind of go back and forth taking turns, like taking one attack at a time. And you can just whittle his, even though he does have a lot of health, you can just kind of take him down that way. Get your iframes. And a lot of people just want to be impatient and they want to rush the fight. That's why they struggle against him so much. Especially because the first, like, 40 hours of Bloodborne teach you to be as aggressive as possible. Alright, these guys are not following me in here? No, okay. I want the numbing mist, please. That's going to allow me to stop her from healing, and also the fire paper. You think Bloodborne is harder than the Souls trilogy, but it's easier than Elden Ring? Yeah, I'm not really sure how I rank each of the games. I think Demon Souls is for sure the easiest, just because the bosses are extremely basic. Alright, she should start with a jumping attack. Or not. There it is. I think I'm going to use my two-handed weapon for this. I won't get much value out of my gun, but I will get a lot of value out of staggering her like that, like I just did there. And it's going to give me a better angle for lining up my shots, like that. Like, I don't have to be as close, and I don't have to be exact with my swings. Oh, I'm surprised I mistimed that. To be very careful because a lot of her attacks have like double sweeps, so if you get hit once, you usually want to try to time it so you can dodge the second sweep, which is how I got out of that situation right there without dying. I don't like the attacks that have delays like that. I also think she's probably a little bit easier to fight without locking on, but unfortunately I'm a little bit out of practice right now, so I have to use the lock on. Basically, if you master playing unlocked, you can have a much easier time against Amelia. But if you don't have it mastered, you have to play locked on, which makes it a little bit harder. Not too bad, but just a little bit harder. I'm surprised she hasn't fallen over yet. Alright, I'm not going to mess with that again. I can usually dodge it at point blank, though. Out of here. Ah, missed that. Oh, don't see that attack often. My health is getting low too. Man, how am I missing that every time now? Okay, I need to stop trying to do that because I can't do it anymore. I would need to practice if I was going to do that. Yeah, my damage is on the low side, which is making this harder than it needs to be. The more damage you have, the easier this fight is. I know, that's not rocket science, but... Get over here. Yeah, do that. We love that attack. Ah, really? Just barely tagged me. Okay, that's good. After she does that, all of her body parts are healed, which means you get to break them again. Or maybe she just heals one part at a time. I think she's trying to heal now. Yeah, so I should be able to break her body parts again because she keeps healing them. Okay, here we go. Now she's... Nope. Oh my god, I thought she was trying to heal. She absolutely baited me there. Did you see that? She did the back off maneuver like she was about to heal. And then she did not. And her health is low too. She should be healing now. Okay, that's my last fire paper. She can't heal because I already numbing mist her. So I guess the preemptive numbing mist wasn't a huge loss. I almost couldn't tell if she was debuffed already or not. Really? What was that even? It's like she swung her hand back and it touched me and I got hit. Okay, here we go. There we go. An attack I know how to dodge. It's all about just waiting for the chance to dodge the one attack that you know how to dodge. Did she finally fall over? Thank you. That took forever. It's so much faster with the Saw Cleaver and Saw Spear because she's weak against serrated damage. And you're like constantly breaking her body parts so she can't even fight back. And then she's also taking bonus damage. And you get to knock her down and do visceral attacks more often. Okay, there we go. That took a little bit longer just because I was stuck with a +3 weapon. I'm going to... I think I'm going to go grab the other lamp before I go back. My only concern is that my vials are a little bit low. Yeah, Demon Souls is really easy. Honestly, it's way easier to I'll be completely honest, it's way easier to stagger her with the saw cleaver and the saw spear. But the reason why I don't consider that to be super relevant is because Amelia is a boss you only fight one time very early on in the story. And for the entire rest of the playthrough, you never fight her again. And she doesn't appear in chalices, so she's not the type of boss that you're going to fight over and over and over again. Whereas the axe is very good against the enemies that you fight over and over again. And surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly for some people, the deeper into the chalices you go, the less good the saw spear and the saw cleaver get because of the fact that their weapons don't have a lot of weight. They don't really keep the bigger enemies in the chalice dungeons stun locked for very long, or at all in some cases, which means your R1 spam just stops working. Like the thing you've been using for the entire game, you've just been spamming R1 against enemies the entire game, it just like stops working because when you try to do it, the enemies like hit you back immediately. I want what's over here. I think it's, yeah, twin shards. Alright. I hope that I have at least 3 twin shards. In fact, hold on a second. I have 4. I can't remember what's down there, but I don't think it's worth going on my way. You like the boomhammer for the dungeons? Yeah, boomhammer has a lot of weight. The only thing I don't like about the boomhammer is the moveset is very simplistic. I think it's very fun to use, and it's not terrible, but the moveset being very simple definitely restricts a lot of what you have to do. And the attack chain of like attacking and then resetting your weapon and then attacking and then resetting your weapon over and over again makes it a lot slower than pretty much every other weapon in terms of like DPS. Like if DPS is all you care about, individual hits do a lot of damage, but it takes a lot of time to reload your shots, which slows down your offense a little bit. Which I guess can matter if you're trying to clear stuff, if you're trying to clear content quickly. I should have a strength blood tinge build that I can show off later. We'll see. We'll see how the stream goes. I think there's something up here I want. And then there's a triangle gem somewhere in this level. I don't remember where it is. And by that I mean, like, I know where all the items are, but I don't remember which one is the triangle gem. I remember where all of the important items are, but I don't remember which one is the triangle gem. So I'm just going to grab all the important items at least until I get the triangle gem. Really? Man, that guy has a lot of health. Alright, can I get this item? I'm trying to think if I want to go up the hill or not. Oh, I may live to regret this. The guy up here is going to be very tough and my damage is very low. But I can't I don't remember if the triangle gem is up here or not. I don't think it is. But if it is, I need it. This is why weapon weight matters. Because you can do stuff like that and just like smash him into the ground, which the spear and the cleaver cannot do. Okay, yeah, that was not what I wanted. It is a gemstone, but it's a really crappy one. It's not the gem I was looking for, in the words of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Okay. Can I get 3 without going back? I'm gonna send it. Probably not the right decision. But I don't think we need to go back right now. And because we touched that lamp, if we die, we'll just come right back here anyway. With fully stocked vials. My big concern right now is if I run out of vials. So if I die while running through the woods... Oh, that guy's in a weird position. He's usually way further across the bridge. That's a waste of a Molotov. Didn't even kill him. I gotta be very careful with this last Molotov, or I need... Okay, there's 1. See, but now I'd be on 3 instead of 2. I just need to find some more twin shards. But yeah, if I run out of vials, I'll be in trouble, but as long as I can get back to the lamp without running out of vials, I'll be okay. So if I die, I'll just go back to the lamp anyway, and then I'll have 20 vials, and then I can just run through, and then we'll have more blood echoes for the next phase. I'm definitely not going to try to fight the beggar. Very, very stupid mistake I've made on previous streams. I got stuck on him for like an hour because I wanted to fight him, and it was not the right move. Great use of the blunderbuss right there. I would definitely go left if I had more Molotovs. I'll still go left. I wish I had the other dog. Really? Oh, where did he come from? Okay. I'm gonna use this train to my advantage to get rid of this dog. It's now with the dog gone that I don't really have anything to worry about. That is probably the most legitimate use of the word doggone in recorded history. At least ever since the end of, like, the Wild West. I have to be very careful because these guys have torches and I currently am covered in oil. Okay. Done. There's a twin shard, and there should be a bunch of vials up here too. Isn't there like more vials up here? Okay, cold blood, sure. I'll take it. Oh, there's a couple items that I didn't see. Hello Clint Walkie, welcome to the stream. You like the pizza cutter? Yeah, the pizza cutter's fantastic. The only thing I don't like about the pizza cutter is that the one-handed attacks don't have nearly as much weight as you would imagine. In fact, neither do the two-handed attacks. In general, the pizza cutter doesn't have as much weight as you think it would. For being a strength weapon and like looking very heavy, it doesn't really stun enemies very effectively. And the more you hear me talk about the game, you're gonna notice that I really love stunning. It's like, I think a weapon's ability to stun is like one of the most important things in Bloodborne. It's something you won't notice at the lowest levels of play, but at the highest levels of play, it becomes one of the most important factors. Because if you can stun lock enemies, then you can stun lock them. I mean, there's not much else to say. It's self-evident. If you're stun locking them, then they're not killing you. And a lot of times, if you try to trade with enemies, trading doesn't really work. We're actually not going to use the tonsil stone this playthrough. My goal is to go as fast as possible. and that means not going to the Nightmare Frontier because that's a huge waste of time. I will go up here and grab an item that I have to slightly go out of my way to get, but is very valuable. In fact, 2 items. So there's actually 2 items in... No, this is the wrong spirit. This is the white set, isn't it? I was thinking this is the Black Church set, which is easily the best armor set in the base game. And honestly, it's comparable to most of the DLC armor sets. It's basically the only armor set in the base game that's on par with like the DLC armor sets, is the Black Church set. I was thinking it was up here, but it's actually in the alleyway. This one's the White Church set. I think the White Church set has similar stats, but it's just slightly worse in all of the ways that matter. Stagger them. Yeah, there you go. Knock them both down. And then die like a buffoon. Okay. Well, there's 37 echoes. 37,000. Gascoigne and Bloodstarved Beast are really hard walls for new players, definitely for sure. When was the Bloodborne movie announced? Pretty much just this morning. Apparently it's being produced by Jacksepticeye, and he actually made a post on the Bloodborne subreddit, which was really funny, because a lot of the reactions are like thinking it was just like a joke or a prank, and then they're like, oh wait, that's the real Jacksepticeye, and it's a real thing. It was like a 14-day late April Fool's joke, but it's actually real. But yeah, I think it was just announced this morning, so that's why we're kind of just talking about it now. Okay, trying to think if it's worth the amount of time it would take me to go back and upgrade my weapon. I have enough shards, it's worth it. Yeah, hopefully it turns out really good. I don't know that much about him, but I know apparently he's a fan of the game, big fan of the game, so that's makes me more hopeful than if it was being made by somebody who doesn't care about the game or doesn't know about the game at all. Alright, I'm gonna have to do this. And I can also do, hold on a second, I have to give her the hairpin. Give me the Tear Stone. We're going to smash the Tear Stone. And we're going to get HP regen, which we are going to use for the rest of the playthrough. Okay, so we can now upgrade this to +5, which is pretty good. Might as well upgrade this. No reason not to. And then we should have, yeah, more powerful gems now too. Okay, that's good enough. And then this little trick right here, you can put the HP regen in your blunderbuss, which you're always going to have equipped just for like parrying purposes, and it just gives you constant HP regeneration. I mean, I'm pretty sure most people know about that. I'm just going to buy Molotovs so I have them. Alright. Welcome to the stream, lurkers. Thank you for stopping by. Saw a few lurkers join the stream. It's good to have you here. We're trying to beat Bloodborne as fast as I can possibly do it. I mean, honestly, we're getting close to the halfway point of the game, and I've only been streaming for a little bit more than an hour. I know I'm like nowhere near the world record or anything, but I would say this is pretty good for someone who doesn't really speedrun very often, any games really. It is hot today though, which is actually kind of weird, because I checked the weather. The weather said it was only like 60 degrees, but for some reason it feels super hot. I don't know what's up with that. Can you just kill this guy, please? Our damage should be much higher now. Oh, look at that bullet time. Oh, that one should not have hit me. Alright. Restock. Heal. And then when our health is like really close to full but not quite full, we can just not waste a vial and we can just let the regen heal that off while we're running around. Like, you see how I'm missing like 10% of my health? If I don't get hit again for a while, I'll just regen back to full. Although it looks like it's not equipped for some reason. Why is that? I definitely equipped it. Okay, for some reason it didn't equip. Cool. I don't know what happened there, why that didn't work, but it just didn't equip the regen gem that I specifically put in. Oh well, I'll just remember to do it later next time I go back. It's not a huge deal. It's just a fun trick that I wanted to show off, which then I couldn't do because I noticed right away that it wasn't actually working. Alright, let's try this again in a more smarter way. And also a less stupid way. A more intelligent way. A less buffoonish way. 3 blood echoes. These guys give a ton of blood echoes, by the way. They give like 500 each, which is crazy because you just one-shot them while they're standing there helpless. Ooh, he's got my echoes. Get over here. Really? Okay, at least I two-shot the dogs now. Oh, wrong button. Fall down. I even one-shot them with a running attack. Alright, there is a body snatcher over here. I want to try and get the drop on him. It's pretty difficult. He's standing at a weird angle. I'm just gonna run in. I'm gonna try to parry him. I'm only good at parrying one of his attacks. And he won't do it. Please do the one attack that I can parry. No, you don't want to. Do the one attack I know how to parry. He really doesn't want to. He really doesn't want to do the one attack that I can parry. Come on, man. I know you want to. Okay, screw this. Just do it this way. Again, weapon weight, super important. The ability to stun lock him like that makes it very easy to kill these enemies, which are otherwise quite dangerous. Because if you don't stun them, they just start running around and attacking you at super high speed for super high damage. I could have just done that the entire time, by the way. Alright, so here's the other important item over here, which is the Beast Roar. Absolutely going to be using that. In fact, I'm going to equip it right now. I need one more arcane, sorry. I will equip it as soon as I get one more point of arcane. I'm pretty sure there's nothing important over here, but I'm going to check anyway. We're not going to go talk to Yosefka. It's not important right now. I will go later if I need the umbilical cord, but I don't think I need it. What do you guys think about doing Yharnam Sunrise and just ending the game immediately? Or would you rather I fight Gehrman? I don't really care. I'll do it either way, whatever people prefer. Since this isn't really like a... I'm not going for like a world record or anything anyway. That could not have gone worse. Oh, I got lucky on that dodge. Okay. He's down. He's the really annoying one. Then there's 2 more annoying guys up here. I'm just gonna pull him away, so I don't have to deal with those guys while I fight him. Whoa! Yeah, they are very annoying. I'm actually gonna switch back to the Hunter set because it has better fire resistance. No, it doesn't. Does the chest piece? No, it doesn't even. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know why I'm taking so much fire damage then. There we go. They're not that dangerous once you get close to them. Are these Molotovs? Yes, okay. Restock my Molotovs. There's a shortcut in here I don't technically need, but there's twin bloodstone shards and some other stuff. So I'm gonna grab it anyway. You want me to fight the Moon Presence? I'm definitely not gonna fight the Moon Presence. That takes way too much extra time to get all the umbilical cords and stuff. I will fight Gehrman if you want me to, though. Bloodborne is a very short game, yeah, for sure. I feel pretty confident I can beat it in less than 3 hours. As long as I don't make any more big mistakes. We should be able to finish in, like, I don't know, some amount of time. Oh my god, that guy hit me extremely hard. Let's see. That actually reminded me, I just wanted to check the time really quick. So, Millie's getting off work in about 15 minutes, but I did tell her that I was going to stream today, and she said she's probably just going to go over to her mom's house and help her move some furniture anyway. So, probably she won't come by until much later. I think I'm in the wrong house. And you can tell it's been a while since I played this. Alright, this is still fine. I can still work with this. So we're going to run up here. Not get hit by the cannon. That cannon will absolutely one-shot you. I love hitting that guy when he's in his stumbling animation. You deal extra critical damage too. I use that to great effect in some of my challenge runs. When you have to fight those guys in the very first area. If I'm doing a challenge where I can barely deal any damage, you can hit them when they're off balance and at least deal a little bit of damage. Shout. We're not going to get the cannon. I don't need it for anything. The only thing I would get it for would be to sell it. Which, by the way, I should have sold the doll clothes when I was back in the Hunter's Dream. It's fine. I'll do it next time I go back. Next time we go back, we're going to sell the doll clothes and we're going to make a ton of money, and we're going to level up a bunch, and probably buy a bunch of consumables for the rest of the playthrough. Typically, right after you stun those guys, they normally go into an attack that you can parry. I'm surprised he didn't do it. Yeah, that one. You want them to add some of the Bloodborne bosses to Dead by Daylight? That'd be pretty cool. I haven't played it before, but I've watched some streams of it before. Alright, here's our shortcut. I think I'm gonna go back now. I'm gonna bank these echoes and just unlock the shortcut and just get ready for probably running through and defeating the boss. Maybe. I will get his rune, although I just realized that I didn't get the rune workshop tool and I'm not going to. If I'm trying to speedrun the game, I should try to finish before Millie comes over. I was actually thinking about that originally. I was going to try to see if I could beat it before she comes over. But then I told her I was planning on streaming, and she just said her mom needed her help for something anyway. So everything just kind of worked out. Or rather, she probably agreed to help her mother because she knew I was going to be busy. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so the doll set is worth a bunch, and it has terrible stats. So unless you're collecting them for the sake of completion, you should just sell them. And honestly, I think you can pick them up again in New Game Plus anyway. So even for completion's sake. Alright, so hold on a second. Here's what we need to do. We need to go equip this regen that for some reason I definitely equipped, but then just said that it wasn't equipped. There we go. I don't have any triangle gems yet anyway. Oh, hold on. Excuse me, let me just double check. Yeah, okay. I need one more twin shard. Oh, that's very disappointing. Alright, I need 1 point of arcane for sure. I want to go to 25 health, and then I'm going to start pumping strength for damage. Look at that damage. I'll make this while I'm here, just so I don't have to do it later. You like Valter? Oh man, I love his voice line that he gives you whenever you join the what is it, the Confederates? Something like night permeates. No, night does something. permeates their rotten stench. Now you're set and kill. Now you're all set. Now you're all set. No, night something something. It permeates their rotten stench. Now you're set to hunt and kill to your heart's content. It has like a rhyme scheme to it. I don't know if they intentionally wrote it to sound like he was rhyming, but it has like a rhyme scheme to it. I love it, and the way he delivers it too. The voice actor did a great job. Am I going to do a Chikage build? Probably not. I think the Chikage is my least favorite weapon in the game. I could go into all of the reasons why. But the short explanation is that the actual best damage setup in the game, in Bloodborne, is either a poor man gem or a fool's gem. And those setups completely outdamage the max blood tinge Chikage. And what's ironic is that it works for pretty much every weapon in the game except for the Chikage. So people have this idea of the Chikage as being like the highest damage weapon in the game because of the max, blood tinge, which is ridiculous anyway, because it takes a million hours to farm. It's something that you would never really, realistically do within the scope of a normal playthrough. But even if you were going to, what's hilariously ironic is that the Chikage is actually the one weapon that cannot use the max damage setups, because it constantly drains your health, and those weapons require you to be on specific health values. Or those gems require you to be on specific health values. So I think the Chikage is a meme. I think the Evelyn is a meme. They're pretty terrible. Oh man, that was a great drop. That gem right there is going to be huge for us, because we're not going to get real we're not doing chalice stuff, so we're not going to be getting real blood gems until the very end of the game. So whatever he just dropped, it doesn't really matter how good it is. It's absolutely better than the 1% damage gem that we're using right now, for like 3 extra points of damage, or even 1 extra point of damage. I don't even know. It's crap. One of our gems right now is completely terrible. We are about to replace it with a gem that's actually quite good. That's the short explanation. Oh god. Get out of my way, you idiot. Really? How was that not a parry? There's the gems that we needed, by the way, and there's another temp ring, although it's probably not better than the 7% gem that we have. There's some stuff up here that I want. I can't remember what it is, but might as well grab it. This guy's annoying, though. Not that bad. Bloodstone shards that I don't need. I mean, technically they save me like 1,000 blood echoes in a very distant future, but at that point you have so many echoes you can just spend them. Yeah, the Chikage drains your health. You think it's useful for breaking the game early on. I mean, the thing is, you can break the game early on with like a saw cleaver though, and it doesn't drain your health, and it has better long-term viability. I don't know. I'm just like, maybe I'm just a contrarian, but like whenever people have like this idea of something as being like extremely powerful, and I know that it's like not very good or it's like overrated, I always like have to go off about it and go on my rants about it. When realistically, if I wanted to just be like a vibes, like cool content creator who's like never says anything controversial, I would probably just keep my mouth shut. You. Alright, I'm gonna spam Molotovs on these guys. I think they're kind of not that weak against fire, but it's gonna help me get their health low. Oh crap, 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 crap. Yeah, I just wanted to get their health low so I don't have to fight a 2v1 against guys that have like an infinite stun resistance. The reason these guys are so hard to stun, by the way, is because for some reason, or I think the logic for why they're so hard to stun is that their human body and their snake body are like considered separate. So attacks that would stun their normal human body doesn't stun their snake body. That's like the logic, if I understand it correctly. Do we have the beast roar equipped? No, we don't. Let me equip that. Dude, this thing is so epic. Alright, I'm gonna try to go... I want the item that's over there. I don't even know what it is, but I want it. Probably nothing. It's probably a giant pile of nothing. No, 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 no. The Hunter's Axe is really good at one thing, and it's trading through enemy attacks. Like, even if you get hit while you hit the enemy at the same time, you'll usually heal off the damage completely, because the rally modifier is so high. Alright, this is a Frenzied Cold Blood 8. Not that valuable to me. Maybe in the short term, it's not that bad. Alright, this guy, I can get the drop on him. Get to die. There's a shortcut here. If you ever want to run back to the boss, you can open up this shortcut from the other side and get back to the shadows very quickly. You can use a chalice glitch to get a Lost Chikage early on. I think you can pretty much get, at this point, especially with like the false step chalices that people have discovered and made, you can get pretty much any weapon that you want early on. You can even get like the Burial Blade early on if you wanted it. I'm not saying that as a point against the Chikage, it's just an interesting little point of trivia for anybody who wants to do like a specific, like if you want to do like a playthrough with like a specific weapon and you don't know how to, and you don't think that you can get it early on, most likely you can get it early on. The only ones that you can't, the only ones that this doesn't apply to is the DLC weapons, because the DLC weapons, they don't spawn in the chalices. Oh crap, 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 crap. Did not deal as much as I was hoping. That should be Madara, by the way, I think. I think that's supposed to be Madara. If you don't know, there's an item you get later called the Madara's Whistle that you can use to summon snakes, which that guy is like the only character in the game who seems to use it. And there's also two characters who appear in the game, the Madara's twins. There's a younger Madara twin and an older Madara twin. I'm guessing that's one. I think that's... I can't remember. Okay, so after you finish the quest line for Valter, one of the Madara's twins spawns in your world and tries to kill you. And when you defeat him, you get the Madara Whistle. So I'm guessing that guy right there is the other Madara twin, the one that doesn't spawn. And then also, either one or both of the Madara's twins can actually also be summoned by the player in certain situations too. Gotta be very careful with those guys. When they summon their laser attacks, if you kill them and the portal is open, the laser will actually still appear. The lasers will still shoot at you after the portal has been opened. Ooh, arcane gem. Another arcane gem, look at that. There's my anti-clockwise metamorphosis I would be using if I had the Rune Workshop tool, which I don't. So I don't know why I'm coming up here anyway. You can kill these guys faster with a thrusting weapon, but I don't have one. Raider Claw should be really good for this. Otherwise, I just overpower them with damage. There's a clothing set up there somewhere. I'm not going to be able to get it. Man, I got a bunch of arcane gems. You've always wanted to try the Beast Claws, but they're really inconvenient to get on New Game. I wonder if you can get them from a false depth chalice too. I'm not 100% sure. I don't really use false depths very much, so I'm not super knowledgeable about them. But you might want to look into that. See if there's a glyph where you can get the Beast Claws early on. Where I happen to go. Oh, that's the way to the shortcut. I don't need that shortcut. I will grab this item up here though. I don't know what it is, but it excites me. Ooh, twin bloodstone shards. I actually maybe want those. There's an item over here. I don't know what it is, but I want it. Dissipating Lake. And then there's a pig up here. Usually if I go this way, I can deal with him. Oops, wrong way. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna bait him into this fire pit. Come here, buddy. You are able to... And there's another item over here. Again, I don't remember what it is. It's been a year since I've streamed Bloodborne. More than a year, I'm pretty sure. And it's been at least 4 months since I played it. Probably longer. You just got killed by a hacker? In Bloodborne? I don't see them very often, but I think I've only seen a hacker one time in Bloodborne. When I was in the Chalice dungeons, I summoned somebody to help me defeat a boss, and they came in and they shot the boss one time, and the boss died instantly. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess they just set their gun to deal infinite damage. Oh, in Elden Ring, that makes more sense. Elden Ring is a lot more hackers going on in that situation. What do I want equipped to deal with these guys? I mean, I don't really have anything that's effective against them, other than like the fire paper, which I ran out of. I could use the bolt paper. It's not going to help that much. I'm just going to try to DPS them. I don't know if the Beast Roar works very well against these guys either. I have it equipped for other purposes later on. I like to go for the katana guy first. Usually you can just parry him to death. Like so. Okay, my damage is really bad. This is gonna be a tough fight, if it's even possible. Come on. Especially if I can't get my parry timings down. Or if I just keep getting stun locked when I'm trying to parry. Alright, get over here. Yes, iframes. Give me those delicious iframes. I'm actually wondering if I should kill the guy with the candle first. Oh, that was disgusting. Okay, that's fine, honestly. We need to go back to the Hunter's Dream anyway. This is the second best gank fight in the series, says Clint Waukee. Maybe. Why even play the game if you want to be a hacker? Yeah, I've never understood that. Some people's logic is that, like, if you're playing single player anyway, it doesn't matter if you cheat because you're not ruining anyone's experience other than your own. Whereas, like, if you hack online, it's like worse. I think, I mean, live and let live, I guess, but I just don't understand why somebody would play a game and then just like not actually play it. Like you're going out of your way to make it so that you don't have to play the game. You know what I mean? Like, just, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me. All right, I should have enough shards to upgrade to +6. That's going to be a pretty big difference. It's going to be a pretty big damage spike for us, because we should be able to equip something in our triangle gem slot now. Which means not only is our base damage going to increase, but our damage modifier is going to go up quite a bit as well. Oh, that should be enough. So it should be... Yeah, there you go. There, that unlocks the triangle gem slot. In fact, there's no reason not to do this now. Alright, so I'm going to start here. We have a tempering stone for 8%. And then tempering stone for 8%, and then probably 7 or... yeah, 7. Dude, our damage just went up considerably. That's going to be such a big difference between what we were doing last time. Do I have any armor that gives good physical and fire defense? Probably the basic hunter set, right? Molotovs don't really work against them. That's the problem. Because they're too fast, they just move out of the way. Yeah, like cheating as an invader is like extra stupid. For sure. But even the single player argument is like, once again, like, I mean, live and let live. If people want to do it, I'm not gonna like get upset about it. But it just, like, to me, like, just doesn't make sense. It doesn't mesh with the way that I exist in the world. I wouldn't go out of my way to do something, especially something that that I want to do for fun, and then go out of my way to like make it so that I don't have to do the thing. To like remove the element of me actually doing it. And just be handed the results for free. It's totally counterintuitive to the way that I play games, or even just the way that I exist in the world as a human being. Anyway, our damage should be significantly higher now. We've got a base damage increase, and we got a huge modifier increase. You know what? Go back upstairs just in case we die again. We're gonna have to run all the way down here, unfortunately. It's not that big of a deal, but it's a little bit of a deal. Let me fight this guy really quick, because he might drop files, and he might also give me an idea of how much better my damage is. Oh, okay. Man, this is going terribly. Oh yeah, my damage is a lot better. That is significantly better damage. We can two-shot these giant heavy armor guys now. Oh man, he dropped another Tempering Stone. It's probably the same as the one I've already got. But either way, that's a great drop. Those 8% gems we got are fantastic for this point in the game, honestly. You're pretty much not going to get gems this good for a while otherwise. You're going to be using those crappy 2% gems for a very long time. If you don't get like good lucky drops around this point in the game. Okay, so I should be able to just run right down here now. The shortcut should be somewhere here, or around here-ish. Yeah, now, so we don't have to run through all the other stuff, we just have to kill this one guy here. We're dealing like twice as much damage now, I think. It's seriously that much higher. Because my completely uncharged, like regular R2 was dealing as much damage as my fully charged R2 used to deal. And my fully charged R2 seemed to be dealing about twice as much. Can't say for sure, but definitely more damage than I was dealing before. Alright, I want to grab my echoes just in case I get killed again. This just goes into what I was saying earlier, though, about how like the more damage you deal, the faster or the easier the fights are, because you get through them so much faster and more safely. The fire-breathing guy is stuck in a way more convenient spot now too. He's like stuck right up against the pillar. Okay, they're gonna transform very soon. Here we go. Okay, they should start transforming now, I think. To that end, I want to kill him before he can do anything. Now it's just a battle of attrition against these two clowns. Leave me alone! God, this guy's annoying. I hate this guy so much. Honestly, the only reason I don't love this fight is because of that guy constantly shooting fireballs at you. It's so frustrating. Especially on challenge runs, or it, like, just runs in general where your damage isn't high enough. Sometimes get this guy stuck in a loop like we just did. But sometimes, yeah, he does that instead. If you can get him to keep dodging sideways, you can keep hitting him like this. Which works really great. Oh, cool. Until you get shot from behind. That's the only way these guys can fight. Okay. Now if you can get to this guy fast enough, you can stop him from summoning any snakes. I failed to do so. Which means there's going to be... Yep. Okay. I'm going to see if the Beast Roar works against him. It does! Wow, okay, cool. Anyway, once you have this guy alone, and he's not in the process of summoning snakes... It also repels fireballs, by the way. Did you see that? God, come on, man. Stop doing that. There's nothing you can do against these summoned snakes, by the way. I swear there's nothing you can do against them. Dude, stop. Clown-like behavior. Oh my god, really? I've never had this happen before. I'm being dead serious right now. I've never had this happen before. Usually you just hit him one time and you just stun lock him forever until he dies. Or at worst, he gets to summon the snakes one time. He just summoned the snakes 4 times in one fight. I've never had that happen. Genuinely. I think the most time I've ever had him summon the snakes is like twice in the same fight. And that was when I was playing really bad. Here, I wasn't even playing bad. He just like immediately went for the summon every single time. I was away from him for a fraction of a second. Anyway, we're gonna go grab this lamp and then we're gonna get ready to fight Rom. Oops. I have a real weakness against whenever I hit an enemy and they survive on like a sliver of HP and it looks like they're dead, I normally just completely relax and just like walk away and then always suffer as a result. Yeah, I'm gonna run through here. Okay, I'm gonna regret this for sure. It's not that big of a deal though, because they can't really do anything to me. Yeah, they don't deal enough frenzy to actually like inflict you with frenzy. So you'd have to get grabbed by 2 flies in a row for it to actually like matter. I think their official name, by the way, is like Garden of Eyes, which is a very weird name for an enemy. That's a good setup parry right there. R2 into L2. That's a good example of something the Hunter Axe is very good at. Because the R2 pushes the enemy back, it like kind of like sort of stuns them just enough. Apparently that does not count as a thrusting attack. Apparently that thrusting attack does not count as a thrusting attack. These guys are super weak against thrust damage. I wish I just had a Raider Palash with me right now. As a Blood Tinged main. Beast Roar is a must in PvP. It has a lot of really good use cases in PvE too. We're most likely going to see a couple of them later. I mean, we definitely saw one already, in the fact that it can knock down that guy and deflect his fireballs. If I knew about that strategy already and I was using it effectively, I probably could have handled that guy even more cleanly than I did. Come on. I knew that the stairs weren't behind me, so I was trying to turn the camera to find them. Spin to win. Look at that damage. Unreasonable. I think I can deflect this guy's fireballs too, but I don't want to try. This guy's like weirdly... He has like a weird damage resistance quirk. I don't exactly understand how it works, but I noticed that like he takes like... I don't know. I don't even know how I want to say it. It's like weak attacks do very, very, very low damage to him, and strong attacks deal very, very, very high damage to him. Like more than a normal enemy. Like more than a normal enemy. Like against a normal enemy, your weak attack might deal like 20 damage, and your strong attack might deal like 40. But against this guy, your weak attack would deal like 5 damage, and your strong attack would deal like 80. He just has like a weird defensive scaling that doesn't seem to be how the other enemy's defense works. Look at that setup, it's beautiful. Oh, by the way, what's her name is up here? The Scholar. Do I want to deal with her, or do I just want to run past her? I don't have a great weapon for fighting her, I will say. Explain to me how that wasn't a parry. It just, in any number of words. I'll give you as many words as you need. Explain how that wasn't a parry. How many hours have I played Bloodborne? You've played for 700? I have no idea. I haven't... Is there a way to track it? Is there a way to check? I know I've played a lot, but I couldn't tell you the exact number. I couldn't even guess. It's definitely hundreds of hours, but I don't know how many hundreds. Alright, so this is definitely like a case of compromise. If I was truly trying to go as fast as possible, I would just ignore her and run past. But I want to actually fight her. I missed the setup. Really? By the way, if you mash the button against these guys, you escape from the grabs faster, which is really, really funny to me. It sounds like a playground rumor. Like, it sounds like something you would hear on the playground. And then it's, like, not actually true. But it actually is true. Just pretty amusing. Alright, get over here. Oh, God. Oh, I still got it. Come on. Yeah, my weapon is a lot slower than hers, which makes it really hard for me to win fights against her. There we go. And she has a ton of defense and a ton of health. Look at that. That does nothing. Oh, I ran out of stamina at the worst possible time. Alright, I'm just gonna R2 her to death, because R2 is very strong in this game. Interesting. I need to get out of this corner. Yeah, R2 is extremely strong against other hunters. And most of them aren't really programmed to understand how it works either, so they'll just walk right into your R2s. See that? The only problem is, again, when her weapon is so much faster than mine. Come on. I hate the fact that the Augur of Abretus reaches like 2 feet further than it should. Like, it shows that it reaches a certain distance, and it always just tags you just outside of that distance. Very frustrating, especially when it's so fast and so powerful already. And what I wanted to say earlier, what I noticed, was that when she hit me with the Augur of Abretus, it didn't knock me down. It just, like, I think it was because I was in the middle of the healing animation, and it couldn't cancel the healing animation. but that absolutely should have knocked me down. The Agarabritas knocks down like everything always, at all times. It has like the ultimate knockdown in this game. It can even knock down like really big enemies with a single shot. Alright, anyway, like I said, this is going to be like a moment of compromise. If I was trying to truly go as fast as possible, I would just run past her. But I want to beat her, so I'm going to keep doing this until I beat her. I don't think it's going to take too many tries. The big problem is the weapon difference. Her weapon is just so much better than mine for PvP. Or it's not even just that it's better for PvP, it's just like a bad matchup. Ooh, this is bad. Yep. I was too far away. You have to be very close to her if you want to dodge that. Too soon? No, I got it. The timing on that's pretty generous. Yeah, if you just dodge forward at the moment when the projectiles fire, you can always dodge that pretty consistently, but you have to be close. It's so annoying that she's faster than me, but it's so... She's like... It's so frustrating, because she can cancel me out of my heavy attacks with her light attacks. Like, well, how can you win against that? You know what it reminds me of? This conversation we've had about Fire Emblem. Specifically Awakening, and how I talk about how axes are the best weapons, and how swords are the worst weapons. But then because swords counter axes, it like gives them a specific niche. It's a very similar conversation to the one that we're already having, where I'm talking about how I think the Hunter's Axe is actually the best weapon in the game. And the Threaded Cane's not very good either, but the Threaded Cane specifically counters the Hunter's Axe, like PvP-wise, like moveset-wise. She just has all of the moves that she needs, and her light attacks can stun me out of my heavy attacks. And honestly, the Rosmarinus is a disgusting piece of trash. Oh, she's gonna put me in the corner again. Get me out of here. Don't know what happened there, but she just stood there and let me charge my attack to full. Cool story, bro. Cool story. Cool story. Cool story. Yeah, okay. You want me to summon Damien? I mean, that would defeat the purpose. I want to beat her. I don't want to 2v1 her. I want to win a fight against her. Even though she already has a massively unfair advantage in the fact that she has like 15 times as much health as me, and she deals more damage. And she's pretty much using the best possible weapon to counter my weapon. There's the setup I was trying to get. But yeah, I want to beat her for the sake of beating her. I don't want to. I mean, I don't want to beat her just to say that I defeated her, or just to get whatever she drops. She doesn't even drop anything helpful. I want to fight her and win a fight against her. That's what I'm trying to do. It's the same kind of conversation that we had earlier about why would people cheat it, like even in single player. Obviously I don't consider summoning to be cheating, but what I'm saying is I want to feel the accomplishment of beating her in a fight. I don't want to just summon somebody to fight her for me. How is that not a parry? How is that not a parry? How is that not a parry? Is the Threaded Cane just has like no parry window whatsoever? Look at that. That is not a parry. You're telling me that's not a parry. I just disagree. I just completely disagree. I need these echoes because she's going to kill me again. I don't understand how these are not counting as parries when I'm clearly parrying her. You have to like parry before she starts even attacking. It's ridiculous. Look at that. That's not a parry. Okay. Well, we have a different opinion on what a parry is. For me, it's when you attack an enemy when they're in their attack animation. But apparently for you, it's just something completely different. Roll forward into backstep. I don't think that's a possible move, but I guess she can do it. Too soon. The one good thing is she doesn't heal, I don't think. A lot of the NPCs in this game will heal once or twice. I don't think she heals ever. There you go. If I had the Raider Palash, I might be able to beat her a lot easier. This is going to be risky, but I have to restock. There we go, I got it. Okay, it is definitely easier to parry the sword than it is to parry the whip. There we go. Okay, I'm starting to get the prediction parries down. I need that to land, and I got it. Alright, I got her. Wow, what a fight. Awesome. And you get blue elixir for your trouble, which is completely useless, both in PvE and PvP. You can sell that student uniform, though. I guess that's worth something. I don't know if I'm ready to fight Rom now. I might have to go back. I might have to go back before I fight Rom, because I just did that nonsense that I absolutely did not need to do. Why didn't somebody stop me? I don't know. This is going to be tricky, because fighting this guy on this narrow walkway is kind of tough. I do want this item up here, though. Go like this, and then do the setup parry, and then I should be able to kill him. Okay, we're fine. This is... what is this? Empty Phantasm Shell. Yeah, I do want that. Big time, in fact. We're going to start using that right now. Empty Phantasm Shell basically allows you to buff your weapon. Without having to keep Fire Paper restocked on you. Or Bolt Paper. You can just always use the Empty Phantasm Shell, and because it uses bullets, you get way more. So there's two reasons why it's good. Number one, it uses bullets, and there's two reasons why using bullets is really good. Number one, you have way more charges, so you can just use it way more times. Number two, it restocks every time you die, which is very important. If you're playing with Fire Paper and Bolt Paper, it will eventually run out, because it doesn't restock when you die. You have to go all the way back to the Hunter's Dream to be able to restock it. Whereas if you're using the Empty Phantasm Shell, as long as you don't run out of Quicksilver bullets, you won't run out anytime soon, is what I'm trying to say. I definitely want Molotovs for the Rom fight, actually. Because I don't have a ranged attack yet. Bergenworth. Alright, we should be able to beat Rom pretty quickly. And then, honestly, once you're done with Rom, you're, like, pretty close to the end of the game. I wish I had a PS5. I don't want to spend money on one, though. It's way too expensive for what I would use it for. I would literally only use it to play Bloodborne. Which I can already do without a PS5. So, it's very difficult to justify that spending. But it would make the game load faster, which would kind of be relevant, especially when I'm streaming. I'm going to get the Tiny to Nitrous soon. Excuse me. I will kill this guy. Hold on. I want to get insight from him first. Now I'll kill him. He drops, I think, the highest tier of Irune. Yeah. Which is pretty useful. Not if you don't have the Rune Workshop tool like me, but otherwise it would be pretty useful. I don't know what Rom's arcane resistance is, but I can just keep my weapon buffed all the time. get free damage that way. Oh, spiders. Can I one-shot them? No, that's a big deal. Being able to one-shot them is huge. Let me see if I can do it with the two-handed attack. No. Oh, well, sorry, hit his face. You have to hit them from behind. Okay. I think... No, I can't one-shot them with the two-handed attack either. Oh, that's bad. It's really useful if you can one-shot these guys. It makes the fight so much easier. Because you can just like, kind of play keep away with the spiders. Oh, by the way, sometimes they very, very rarely drop stuff. What did he drop? A Madman's Knowledge? If you can just... I'm just barely short of getting the one-shot range, too. But yeah, if you can one-shot these spiders, you can just kind of play keep away and do like hit-and-run attacks. Alright, I'll use the R2 against them. Should be another round of spiders now. Where are they? No, seriously, where are they? Here they are. Come on. Really? He one-shot me, though? He actually one-shot me? Okay. That's why killing the spiders is very important, because they can one-shot you. They have like a super high counter modifier, I think, is what's going on with them. So in pretty much all of the Souls games, there's this mechanic called like counter, and most of the, like in Demon Souls, Dark Souls, I think in Demon Souls, definitely starting in Dark Souls 2, DS3, Elden Ring, the weapons all like specify what their counter modifier is, so it's easy to know about it. I don't think in Bloodborne, I don't think the weapons mention what their counter modifier is. Instead, there's just like weird like hidden motion values for like actually every move in the moveset. So it's very difficult to know like how much damage your weapon actually deals in Bloodborne. But anyway, long story short, there's a counter modifier. And what happens is like if the player is in the middle of a dodge but they don't dodge successfully, they take extra damage. If the player's in the middle of an attack and you hit them while they're in the middle of an attack, they take extra damage. If you're in the middle of a backstep, you take extra damage, stuff like that. And those spiders seem to have like a super, super, super high counter modifier. Because if they ever hit you while you're like in the middle of like another action, like if you're fighting one spider and another spider hits you from behind, they deal an outrageous amount of damage, as you just saw. He just one-shot me, so that's pretty bad. We have to find out a way to work around that. Considering I don't one-shot them anyway, I'm not going to use the Phantasm Shell against them. I'm going to try... Like that right there might have just one-shot me, or at the very least would have done a ton of damage. Yeah, I'm just going to try running behind them and just hitting them twice. It's really nice if you can one-shot them, but because we're going really fast, we're not gathering a lot of Bloodstone Shards, which means our weapon is just like not very upgraded. But I think typically you don't really get to +7 until after ROM anyway. I could be misremembering. That's the best move they can do if you're looking at them. If you're looking at them and they do that attack, you can one-shot them in response when their head is buried in the ground. The problem is they like to do it when your back is turned and then they one-shot you. Okay. He's down. Now we can turn on the Phantasm Shell. Get a ton of bonus damage while he's in the middle of warping. And then, oh god, we have to run all the way over here. Now the hard part is actually dodging Rom's attacks while fighting all the spiders. Rom just like constantly spamming attacks non-stop, very annoying. They always seem to be able to attack from the blind spot, I swear. Okay, looks like I can one-shot them now, for some reason. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Yeah, for some reason I'm one-shotting them now, even though I wasn't before. I'm not going to complain about it, though. Absolutely, I'll take it. Whenever he stands up like that, or whenever she stands up like that, you just have to start running. And you'll pretty much auto-dodge whatever's coming at you. Okay, that's good. like to see that. Yes, do that more often, please, when I'm looking at you. You can also kill them by hitting them from the front sometimes, but it's a little bit more wonky. I think the way it works is that if you hit their face and break their guard, it's sort of like, yeah, it's sort of like breaking an enemy's shield. So like if you hit their face one time, it breaks their shield, and then the second hit like actually kills them or damages them through the shield. Like that. It's actually not that bad. I should be doing that more often. I gotta dodge this. See, like that's a situation where I could have killed that spider, but I had to back off because you have to pay attention to what Rom's doing. This is a fight you almost can't do locked on. Like you have to be constantly rotating your camera. Alright, so what I want to try to do now is kill Rom in this phase if I can. It's going to be very difficult because she's really spamming today. Sometimes she just stands there and does nothing. I think I actually dodged that, like iframe dodged that. Alright, I'm going to use this attack because it has a rightward sweep like that. I can just run up beside her and hit her. That's not good. Ooh, that's very good. Stunning her out of that animation is fantastic. That's going to allow me to get a ton of extra damage, as you just saw. Now I only need to hit her a few times. I'm actually going to try to use the Molotovs here. What's she doing now? Yeah, there you go. If you just save the Molotovs for the end, you can just hit her a couple times like that and get through the most difficult phase. Because during this phase, she starts spamming non-stop attacks. By the way, there's actually a lamp down here. Did you know that? I can't remember how to get it. It's like you have to do something weird. Like you have to die down here, or you have to like die down here without talking to her, and then a lamp appears and it allows you to warp directly down here, I think. Or maybe you have to manually go back down. I can't remember. I'm not going to say things that I don't understand or I don't know for sure. You hate her spider strikes. It gets your arachnophobia acting. I've talked to people who really hate spiders and they like can't play Bloodborne because the spiders in this game are so scary, which is very interesting. I'm really afraid of snakes, and the snakes in this game just like don't scare me at all for some reason. Like maybe the very first time I played it, I was like pretty on edge, like running through forbidden woods, like surrounded by snakes. But now, I think with horror, like in general, like the idea of the concept of horror is typically predicated on your ability to act, or your ability to fight back against, you know, the darkness or whatever thing is scaring you. I wanted to get those shards, but those guys run away too fast if you approach from this angle. Anyway, so like if you're playing, and the reason typically in a horror game you play a character who like can't attack and who dies in one hit is because that's more scary, right? If you can fight against the monsters aren't really that scary, and that's how I feel about Bloodborne. Like I can just, like anything in this game that's scary, I can just hit it with my axe and kill it, and it just makes it less scary as a result. That's the core design idea behind making horror games, is to make the player as weak as possible, make them feel helpless, because that's more scary. Do we want to run through this area without going back to the dream? I think the answer to that question is yes. Especially because I don't really fight most of the things here. I will probably fight the witches up top, though. I wanna get as many chunks as I can before I go back. So let's go around and collect some chunks. Yeah, there's one chunk right there. There's a bunch of chunks here. I want to get all the chunks that I can, because one reborn is very difficult. The people have developed strategies to make his fight like very consistent and fast, which makes people think it's not really a difficult fight, but fundamentally he's actually really difficult. And if your DPS isn't high enough to like burst him down quickly, you have to deal with all of his game mechanics that make him a very difficult fight. So I want to get my damage as high as possible so that I can fight one Reborn without having to deal with the DPS check. Oh my god, I got stuck. Wow, okay, I've never gotten grabbed by that guy before. Why is it that every time I stream, I end up getting, like, killed in the ways that never kill me, like, ever? Or having things happen that never happen to me when I'm not streaming. Like that dude summoning the snake 4 times in one fight. Or me getting grabbed by that enemy that has never grabbed me once in the hundreds of hours I've played Bloodborne. I got stuck on one of those enemies. Honestly, I'm still in run-through mode. I'm still feeling like I'm gonna run through. I would like to grab my echoes if I can. Does he have them? No, he doesn't have them. They're actually right here. It looked like his face was glowing for a second. Oh, God, I got stuck again. How did that happen? It's because I was so focused on trying to get my echoes back. What's wrong with me today? It's fine. I can just use the excuse that I'm out of practice. I wish my microphone quality was a little bit better today. I don't know why it's so much worse than usual. Alright, I'm probably going to have to kill some guys now to get my echoes. No, they're right here. Okay, cool. Alright. Please, can I just run through here the way I've done 100 times before? No, I can't. I'm getting stuck on that thing again. What is happening? Really? Really? And then I get killed by the Bell Maiden. And by the way, her bell apparently reaches this far and goes downstairs. Okay. Bruh. Please just let me grab the few chunks in this area and then get out of here. This is one of those cases where, like, trying to go faster actually makes it take longer. Whereas if you were just slow and careful and took your time, you could get through there more safely. There's like a blue reflection on that guy's weapon. Okay, so that time it suddenly works. The thing I was trying to do suddenly works. Cool. Why are so many of these guys in here too? I swear these guys don't usually follow me this far. They're still being really aggressive too. I thought normally after they kill the Bell Maiden they lose their buffs. It seems like they just lose their ability to revive, but they're still aggressive and they're still buffed. Alright, I think we're fine now. I don't know how I got stuck on that section so many times. Oh my god, really? I was definitely standing behind a pillar, but I guess in some ways I wasn't. In certain ways. From a certain point of view, you could say that maybe I wasn't standing behind a pillar. This guy's gonna be a pain in the butt. No, he's behaving today. Oh, he has a lot of health when he's buffed. Look at that R2 into L2 combo. Keep these guys stun locked. This is where the axe really shines against bigger enemies like this, where you can use the heavy R2 that actually stuns them. That doesn't work with the Saw Cleaver. The heavy R2 does not stun them. It's the same with a lot of the big enemies in the Chalice dungeon too. Your heavy R2 won't actually stun them, and then they just like hit you back immediately. Don't care. I'll take it. Alright, she's gone. That solves a lot of problems. Now there's one more Bell Maiden to take care of, and I am going to take care of her. Just trying to think of what direction I want to go in. I want to open this door. I think it actually opens from the other side anyway. I can't remember, because I always go this way. So now I literally can't remember if that door opens on its own. Or if it's a one-way. Alright, I'd like to just drop right down here, honestly. I don't know if any of them are following me. I'm pretty sure he's gonna go flying off the edge. Okay, that's fine. Look at the range on that. That's absurd. And it deals so much damage, too. Alright, that gets rid of all the other guys. And then we can drop down here. We can get our Tiny Tonitrus. Which we can't actually use because our Arcane is too low. Oh no, this is the Upper Cathedral key. The Tiny Tonitrus is over there. I actually don't even need the Upper Cathedral key now that I think about it. I'm going to fight him over here so the guy with the Gatling gun can't shoot at me. And he still has a lot of health. Alright, and there should be another guy over here that I knocked down earlier but didn't kill. And this should be the Tiny Tonitrus. Yes. Really fun weapon. It's unfortunately doesn't have a lot of use cases. The wind-up time is too slow. Look at that. You don't even need to fish for parries. Just use your beautiful, strong R2 that actually stuns enemies because you're actually using a heavy weapon. Alright, so now that we've destroyed all the Bell Maidens, these witches are going to be far less dangerous and far less deadly. I'm going to use my two-handed attack against them because it has more reach, more damage, and they have a lot of reach and a lot of annoying qualities that I don't want to deal with. There's like a bunch of witches that just disappeared. Where did they go? Did they go up here? Look at that. One shot. I see one over here, I just don't know where she is. Oh, no. Extra reach coming in handy. Will you go somewhere and do something other than just spam ranged attacks from that one position? Please? Do anything other than spam the one ranged attack that's impossible to dodge. No, you want to just stand there and do that, don't you? There's another free chunk. Can I get her through the floor? No, I can't, of course. She can get me, I can't get her. Okay. I'm gonna run away. Let this guy kill some of them. Why would I fight them when I can just have him do it for me? Another spammer. Okay, if we stand here... should be safe here. Now I'm just gonna go. There is a little guy over here that I want to get. The arcane damage should let me kill him fast. No. What about Blood Tinge? Yeah, Blood Tinge is better. Okay, that should be a few more free chunks. I'm not done yet. I have a few more chunks I want to go grab. We got plenty of vials, plenty of bullets. No reason to run back home yet. I want to get as many chunks as I can before I fight the one Reborn. Okay. Got her. I ran out of stamina. I actually had the right timing for the dodge there, but I didn't have any stamina. I couldn't dodge. Bro. Miyazaki really loves his encounters where you have one guy with a melee attack and then someone with ranged weapons just spamming at you from outside of your attack range, or especially from behind. Are you kidding me? There's no way that killed me. Hello Alpha C, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Seems like the majority of people are actually cautious about the anime, which I did kind of mention earlier. I went over the reasons why. I think that's definitely a valid initial reaction, because it's very difficult to adapt a video game into a movie, anime, or TV series. It's impossible to recreate the feeling of playing the game yourself, and so it's always going to be missing that core component that's essential to the game itself when the game was designed. The fundamental essence of what the game is supposed to be is always going to be missing. Okay. And then with Bloodborne specifically, it's a very non-traditional narrative. Honestly, yeah, get these guys. I can fight him like the normal way. Look at that R2. I'm not going to fight the gank squad. It would take way too many tries. It would take way more than it took me to defeat the Scholar in Bergenworth. How did this guy kill me? Seriously. I can't believe I let that guy kill me. That was embarrassing. I just realized the door's not open because we didn't open the door earlier. Oh boy. Alright, I still have some ideas. I can at least sneak downstairs without fighting them. And I think you can get outside. By the way, yeah, this... I think you can get outside from the bottom floor. I know that's not where I am right now, but there's more chunks over here that I want. And these guys sometimes drop chunks too, or twin shards are fine as well, I guess. Oh no, this is the bottom floor, or not the bottom. Sorry, this is not the bottom floor. So I actually want to go back upstairs, but before that, let me get the chunks down here, I guess. There should be a chunk somewhere around here. Is it over in this corner? Yeah, this is it. 2 chunks, even. That puts me on 7. If I can get one more, I can at least go up to a +7 weapon. Or +8 weapon. How's it going, me, Mike? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Had a great lunch today. Had a wonderful lunch today, in fact, I would say. Just playing some Bloodborne. I said I could beat the game in less than 3 hours. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. But I did my best. Look at that setup parry. Look at this parry king. Look at this parry lord. Alright, I'll get back down here. Get over here. He's got an item that I want. I can't get him down. Oh well. He'll either drop it or he won't. Anyway, there should be more chunks and stuff around here now. Anything in here? No. You're not going to be here for a while because it's already 11 p.m., but you just wanted to say hello. Alright, no worries. Have a good night. Oh, I think I saw it for a second. The prompts showed up for a fraction of a second there. Hold on. Come on. Drop it. Drop your item. Look, I just got it again. If I mash the button, there we go. Oh man, it was twin shards. He drops chunks sometimes, so that was absolutely worth doing. Because if he dropped a chunk, it would have been really nice. Okay, there should be a chunk down here now. And then because we didn't rescue Adele earlier, I'm wondering what her situation is. Is her body down here, maybe? That's a frenzy glow. That's not hers. That's always here. This is the bloodstone chunks, and then Adele would be over here. I guess she's just gone. Okay. Oh, that's a little disappointing, honestly. That's kind of I'll be 100% honest. Bloodborne is my favorite game. I don't have very many complaints about it, but that is a little bit disappointing. I would say in almost every situation in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring, if you fail to rescue an NPC and then you come back to the place where they would normally be, typically there's gonna be a body there with an item on it. And I'm extremely disappointed that Adele did not have a corpse with an item. Also, by the way, that door does not open from this side. That means we have to either fight the gank squad or sneak past them. We can't sneak past them, so I'm gonna fight them. Hold on a second. I think I can sneak past them. I'm not sure if this works, but I'm gonna try it. Does this work? Holy crap, this works. You're kidding me. The blue elixir actually works on the gank squad? That's hilarious. Alright, let's go open this door in case we get stuck down here again. We can go out the side door, and then I'm gonna go open the other door. There should be either twin shards or chunks over there anyway. I can't believe the blue elixir actually worked there. That was incredible. I seriously was trying it thinking that it wasn't going to work. Is this a chunk? No. Alright, we got this door open now. We're not going to fight Parl. No need to do that. Oh man, we're not going to beat the game in less than 3 hours. That's sad. Better stream stats, I guess. I think I'm gonna run down and try to face this guy. Use my reach. Yeah. I just don't want him coming up the stairs behind me later while I'm dealing with these guys up here. I do need to fight at least some of these enemies. Because there are chunks over here that I want. Those guys will respawn if I don't deal with their Bell Maiden. Although they're not really a problem anyway, they just hang out in that corner. I think the Bell Maiden is right over here. There she is. Alright, you can stun her out of that. I want to get the chunk over there. I want to get the, I think, either bolt paper or fire paper down there. I also want to get this elevator, but I think I can't get it from here. Also, let me grab this door. This will be a faster shortcut later. And there might be a little guy over here. Or is he gone? Oh, he's gone. Interesting. If you don't get him, so there's a guy over there early on in the game. I guess if you don't get him, he disappears later on. Not sure. That's the woman who rings the Sinister Bell. Terrifying. Alright, Hunter Axe is really good at fighting these guys. That extra reach is just so useful. Okay, so there should be bolt paper here, and then I think this is a chunk. 2 chunks, even. And then there's a chunk here, but you have to be careful because the guy's going to jump out and try to attack you. I'm just going to let him attack. Yeah, and then counter. Oh, I don't know about that one. I messed up my timing just slightly, and I ended up attacking right when he was in the middle of hyperframes. This might be a moment to use the pebbles, because I think there's chunks up there too. I should have pebbles, right? I have a bunch of pebbles, in fact. Oh, crap. Why did that happen? Why did that guy notice me when I was attacking the other guy? This is bad. Spin to win, baby. Alright, I should be using R1 instead of R2. That was a really good spin to win moment, though. Alright, should be able to draw this guy out with a pebble. Oh, for a second that looked like 2 guys. Don't combo, don't combo, don't combo. You cannot combo this guy. Just hit him one time and back off. In fact, yeah, use your dashing attack. Okay, if he does that, I'll use R2. There we go. I just need the extra reach. I don't need the full R2. Kin Hunter gems. Those are pretty useless. The reason minus damage against the kin is so good is because there's like almost no enemies in the game that are kin. Oh, this is the Tonitrus. I thought there was a chunk over here later on. I guess not. I'll show you guys something really cool, though. Watch this. You take fire damage if you roll into these things. But there's something even more cool. Look at that. The fire actually goes out if you do it enough times. Isn't that awesome? Somebody posted this online as like a... I don't know what I would call it. It's like a fake rumor type thing. You always feel like you should be able to open this door, right? Somebody posted it online as like a fake rumor type thing. They said like if you go around and you put out all the fires in Yahar'gul, like something happens, like it makes the One Reborn fight easier or something. None of that is true, but the fire will go out if you run into it a couple times, which is sort of neat, I guess. You got an invader yesterday because of the woman. It seems like a player who was new to PvP, so it wasn't that difficult. Honestly, all of the recent PvP interactions that I've had always end the same way. And it's because I mostly use Blood Tinge builds. So what happens is the player invades my world, and they try to pick a fight with me, and then I shoot them one time with the repeating pistol, and then they die. Because the repeating pistol is just insanely powerful. This is where I want it to go. This will take me right to the One Reborn. Also, I get some chunks over here while I'm here. In fact, whoa, watch out, watch out. Oh my god. It's crazy how much damage the dogs in this game do, by the way. They're so overtuned. Anyway, what was I trying to say? I can't even remember what I was talking about now. I got so thrown off by that dog. I seriously don't even remember what we were talking about. It was something important. Anyway, I'll probably go back and use my shards to upgrade my weapon before I fight the one. In fact, I'll definitely upgrade my weapon before I fight the One Reborn. What am I saying? Oh, I did that thing that I always do when I leave them alive on a sliver of health. Alright, how many chunks are we on? 16? Oh man, if I could just get 2 more chunks. Well, there's 1. There should be another chunk in here somewhere. There should be a chunk somewhere over here. I just need to find 1 chunk. There's definitely one that's in like an out-of-the-way location that I don't like to go to. Because there's like two long dead end paths, and one of them has like a completely pointless item, and the other one has, I think, a chunk. I could even be wrong about that. Okay. Well, those vials are gonna help me. I feel like there's a guy with a gun over there. Can he see me? He doesn't seem to notice me. I didn't check to see what that guy dropped either. It could have been a chunk, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure there's a chunk down here. I hope. If there's not a chunk down here, we have to go down the dead ends and check both of them, and I always go down the wrong one first. Oh, that was a horrible miss. The problem is we have minimum skill, so our visceral attacks actually don't deal very much damage. It's usually better to just attack the enemy while they're off balance. Oh, that's a tempering gem. It's a really good tempering gem, but it's not a chunk. How many chunks do we have? 17. Yeah, we need one chunk here. No, hold on a second. You only need 16, right? 3, 5, 8. Yeah, we only need 16. Never mind. I have enough chunks already. Which also means we don't need to do anything else here. We can just go back. Alright, so we're going to go back. We're going to upgrade our weapon to +9. And then we're going to come back and fight the one reborn. You do have to sit through 2 loading screens to get back to the Hunter's Dream. That is by far the worst thing about Bloodborne. We need to restock consumables too. I wonder why YouTube keeps telling me the audio on the stream is lower than it should be. So my microphone is clearly working. People can hear me talking. Must be something. Something must be at play here. Alright, so we should be able to fortify. So that's 3, 5, 8. Blunderbuss, we don't really need to upgrade any more than we have. Okay, so we should have new blood gems. Triangle gem. Not any. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, it's the same as the one we've already got, but this should be a better gem. Yeah, oh yeah, huge difference, plus 18. And then this, we should be able to upgrade to this one. The gems in this game are multiplicative. They're not additive. So the damage scales up very quickly once you find even like moderately decent gems. And at the top end, you can get a lot of scaling beyond what's like obvious. Okay, I definitely want damage, and I need a lot of vitality because he's going to be spamming me with attacks that are going to like kill me very fast. And then I need... Oh, I had more consumables than I thought I did. In that case, should I get Molotovs? No, I'm not going to do Molotovs. I think I'm just going to run up and hit him. Alright, if that's the case, let me just buy as many vials and bullets as I can. Alright, so for my gear, I'm going to do... I'm going to use just the Phantasm Shell, although I can't remember... You know, I'm going to use Bolt Paper just in case, because I can't remember if he resists Arcane. He seems like he would resist Arcane. So from here, I want to go to Unseen Village. This will take me to the elevator. The top side of the elevator. Yeah, I'm gonna use bolt paper. I think fire paper might be even better. I honestly, I don't really know that what damage types are good against the enemies by memory. I should. It's a very important piece of information, and it's probably not that hard to memorize. Okay, we got a lot more extra damage now. Very similar to the last situation where our base damage went up and we have like a higher damage modifier now too because we also got better gems. You know what? I'll fight the dogs. I don't want them to creep up on me later. Just in case. Be nice and careful. Yeah, the fact that you can get all of the bloodstone chunks that you need just right here in Yahar'gul is very important information if you're trying to get through the game quickly, because there's a lot of chunks that are scattered all over the place in different like optional locations and side paths that you can go down and like get yourself, you know, get like you get like a +7 weapon, and then you come here and then, you know, you slowly upgrade to your +8 weapon, and then you finally get your +9 weapon. But the reality is you can just run through Yahar'gul and just get the +9 that way. Oh yeah, I'm doing so much more damage to these ones especially. Alright, so yeah, we're not going to have to run down any of these dead ends to check for items because we've already got all the chunks we need. So we can run right over here to Mr. One Reborn and hope that we have enough damage to do the quick kill method. So breaking enemy body parts is based entirely on damage. It's not based on anything else. Even the weapon weight, the stat, you know, quality that I find to be very important personally, is actually not that important in this case. You just need to be able to deal enough damage fast enough to break the body part. That's all that matters in this case. So this is one instance where those fast attacking weapons, I hate when he does that, where those fast attacking high damage weapons like the saw cleaver are really good. I'm gonna have to deal with them later. You could probably just beat this fight without killing these bell ringers. I don't even know for sure what they do. Like, I'm not 100% sure what they actually do. I probably should look it up one day. Maybe I'll do it after we finish beating the game. I don't want to stop to like look stuff up while I'm trying to do like a fast clear. I'll add that to my list of things I want to look up though. Okay, so there should be one bell ringer over there. I don't know what she does, so I'm gonna kill her just in case she does something important. He is an absolute spammer, by the way. Okay, so the general idea is you break one of his body parts, and then while he's on the ground, you run over and start attacking a different body part. I thought he was using his poison attack. He is using his poison attack. No, he's not. Oh, he is! Crap, 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 crap. Yep, that's the... I told you he was going to deal a ton of damage to me really fast before I could do anything about it. Alright. Yeah, the Hunter Axe is a lot worse at killing this guy. But again, this is the same situation like what I mentioned with Amelia. You fight this guy one time, and then he never appears like in any of the chalices or anything like that. He's not a repeatable boss, so it's like, yes, the cleaver is better against this one boss, but it's a boss you only fight one time. He's not important for like long-term gameplay. Maybe. I mean, the fact that it's better here is still significant for sure. I'm gonna have to pull the elevator back up too. Okay, we're back on 20 vials, so that's good. The issue isn't really the amount of healing I have. The issue is that he can kill me really fast before I have time to heal. That's what we're kind of watching out for. These bangs are really cool, by the way. The hair looks really bad without the hat, but you have to imagine like what the hair is going to look like when you have the hat on. Like when you pick your hairstyle in this game, you're basically you have to guess what the hair is going to look like once you put the hat on, because you're going to have the hat on for the entire game. Sometimes the body of the first dog doesn't disappear fast enough, and it actually blocks the bullets so that they don't hit the second dog. That actually happens. That can happen in a lot of places in this game. Whenever, like anytime when you're having two dogs rush at you, that can happen. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah, imagine me thinking that I was gonna have any chance of beating this stream in less than 3 hours, and also without dying even one time. I think we've died like 5 times now, and we're now approaching the 3-hour mark, and we're not close to the end. I mean, we're close to the end, but we're not close enough to where like it could even be a race. Like there's no chance that we win in 3 hours at this point. I already knew that like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, anyway, he's an absolute spammer. He just, like, launches infinite attacks at you. He has the same quality that those snake dudes have in Forbidden Woods that I was talking about before, where, like, his body, he has, like, multiple body parts, and they have different, like, hitboxes, different behaviors, and things like that. So you think you're only fighting one boss here, but this is actually more like a gank squad fight, where you're actually fighting against, like, 5 different enemies. At the very least, I would say you're fighting against 3 different enemies here. The head up top does its thing where it like casts certain spells. The tail on the back does a certain thing where it casts like different spells, and then the main body on the bottom does like its, you know, melee attacks, like it's smashing and stomping attacks. So you're at the very least dealing with all 3 of those things at once. Okay, so what I want to do is... Come on. It's so annoying. Yeah, this is what I was talking about before, where if you... Okay, hold on a second. If you can't get the break strategy, this guy's actually pretty tough. Okay, that's good. I can get him with a single combo. I think I broke the head already, so I'm going to try to run away from it. And then get this part. And then I'm just going to focus on this. I don't know if you can break this part. You can, okay. Problem is he's not actually dead yet. But he's close enough now. I can just spam him down before he gets up. Okay, if I had died right there, that would have been embarrassing. So basically that's the strategy to beat one Reborn. If you don't have enough damage to break his body parts, unfortunately, it can make the fight so much harder because he's just constantly spamming you with like a billion attacks that hit you from every direction at once. He has attacks that fall on your head, he has attacks that melt your feet out from underneath you, he has projectiles that fire directly at you, he can stomp you, he can slash you, he can swing, he can smash. He just has like so many different things that he can do. But if you break one of his limbs, you can then run over, break the next one, and then run over, break the next one, and go all the way around. Because he has 6 different hitboxes that can all be broken, you can basically keep him stun locked until his health is low enough where, as you saw right there, you can finish him off before he finishes standing back up. And if I had done a better job, I could have made that look even more clean, because my bolt paper ran out before I finished breaking all of his body parts. I had to stop and heal, which was taking off some of my time that I was supposed to be dealing damage and supposed to be breaking. Alright, I'm trying to figure out how much of these guys I want to deal with, really. If I just want to run through all this. The Augur of Abretus is downstairs. We're probably not going to 18 Arcane, though. Yeah, we're probably not going to 18 Arcane. Having said that, if I plan on using this character later, like through New Game Plus and stuff, it'd be nice to have. I mean, it shouldn't take too long to go down there and grab it, right? And you know what? There's also an important item too that you need for Chalice dungeon progress, and you can only get them. You can only get one per playthrough. So for me to not get it would actually kind of be a big deal. I'd have to run through an entire new game cycle just to grab this one item. Gotta be careful, there's a slime guy over here. Yeah. Oh, that should have hit me. Alright, problem solved. Got rid of this guy. I think my plan here is go get the lamp in the nightmare, and then go back and prepare my gear for dealing with Frenzy, and then run through everything at once with my anti-Frenzy gear. I think that's the best way to handle this upcoming section. There's my communion that I don't need. See, the problem is I don't remember which item is which, so I'm grabbing a lot of stuff that I don't need. Hunter Bee, am I planning to do anything with Pokemon Champions? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I haven't decided. I haven't bought it yet, so. But I could see myself buying it. I could see myself playing it. I don't know if I would stream it, but it's definitely a possibility. I've actually streamed a good amount of Pokemon content on this channel. Like, before I started, like, almost exclusively playing Fire Emblem for, like, a year straight, I would say Pokemon and Bloodborne were like the two main things that I did on the channel. This might be like a chunk or something. Yeah, a chunk that I don't need because my weapon's already max upgraded. Oh, it's free? I didn't know that. Well, in that case, I might download it and see if I have any thoughts about it. So when I play Pokemon, though, I'm really used to playing with, like, speed up and, like, skipping animations and, like, doing everything to make the game go as fast as possible. And I know Champions is, like, a multiplayer game, so it's more based around, like, sitting there and watching all the attack animations play out and taking your time and, like, waiting for your opponent to choose their moves and all that stuff. And I'm a very impatient gamer. I think if I try to play Champions, I will get bored of it very fast. Okay. Excuse me. Oh man, no drop, really. That guy almost always drops something. I'm actually surprised. I'm kind of curious to know what his drop rate even is. I feel like his drop rate has to be like close to 99% or something. Okay, there's 3 more chunks again that I don't need. Cold Blood I could definitely use. We don't have the Rune Workshop tool. We don't have the Rune Workshop tool, which means we can't use the Anti-Frenzy rune. Which means we are going to be on a very short timer here. Yeah, I don't have any problems with Champions specifically. It's just for my style of gameplay that I enjoy like how I enjoy playing games. I typically like games that are where I can go at a very fast pace. I'm gonna grab these sedatives. Oh, I already have the max. Okay, is there anything else I can do here? Let me just check because I'm probably not coming back for a while. I'm gonna spend all of my insight, hopefully on things that I need. Ooh, chunks. Sure. Yeah. So this will make my frenzy resistance bar a lot bigger, as you see. And then I'm just gonna equip the equipment that I have that has the highest frenzy resistance, which is probably what I'm already wearing. Because most of the hunter sets, like base hunter sets, have the best frenzy resistance. Yeah. So actually I didn't even need to really come back. I was already wearing the best gear, but it's fine. I can restock on some items and do some other things. Does this have better frenzy? No, it has worse. Alright, in that case, I'm just gonna... Oh, you know what I should do is level up. Uh, 30 health, and then... probably strength. I don't think you need more than 30 health to get through the base campaign. We'll see. If I feel like I'm getting one shot later on, I'll change my tune very quickly. Alright. Yeah, bad item management will cause you to take way longer than you should be taking. Alright, so we're on the Nightmare of Mensis. Hold on a second. Let's reorganize my gear. I do want the Beast Roar. I do want the Phantasm Shell. I do want my sedatives, just in case, and I do want Molotov cocktails, although I'm at the point now where I have so many things equipped, I think it might be detrimental. But we'll see. So I'm pretty sure I can run through this section so fast that I won't actually take any frenzy. That's one of the things to understand about this section right here, like this area right here specifically that I'm in right now. So if you run through here really fast, now typically I do have the frenzy resistance rune when I do this, but honestly, like, yeah, the amount of ground that is covered by that frenzy aura is actually not that much. So like once you get to this point, you're already outside of the frenzy range. Like I'm already at the point where I'm not even getting hit with frenzy anymore. So you just need a little bit of planning and a little bit of understanding of how frenzy works, and you can just run through there without taking any frenzy. The only sections where you actually really need frenzy resistance, like honestly in the entire game and the DLC, is the optional area. Where you find the blood rock. Okay, so that wasn't a parry in many worlds, in many known universes, in so many galaxies. That wasn't a parry, even though he was in the middle of an attacking animation when I shot him. Anyway, the optional area where you get the blood rock, and there's like 5 of those stupid brains thingies that inflict frenzy. You really need like high frenzy resistance there in order to make those kills easier. And then in the DLC, there's an area at the very bottom when you're almost at Orphan of Kos, when you're almost at the Orphan of Kos, and you can go down that one side path, and there's like 2 brains over there, and they're like right next to each other, and you can't really split them up. Okay, this is what should have happened. there's two brains over there, they're right next to each other and you can't split them up. It really helps to have high frenzy resistance when you're dealing with those two brains. But other than that, there's really not like any sections in the entire game where frenzy is actually a problem, which is why it always kind of amuses me to see like how many people make such a big deal out of it when it's really only an issue in two areas. And if you know how to plan for it, it's really easy to just completely mitigate it, and you can make it so that frenzy does nothing. That's the shortest way to say what I'm trying to say. You can absolutely make it so that frenzy does literally nothing. I want the beast roar for this guy. Again, I think he has the... No, he doesn't have the threaded cane, but he does have a one-handed sword, which is really strong against me. Okay, spiders didn't follow me. I think I'm good. What it is, I think it is the fact that he has the Rosmarinus. Yeah, see, it's like really hard to fight these PvP encounters where they have the Rosmarinus. And a fast weapon in the other hand. I think I'm just gonna Beast Roar him. Oh, he can roll out of the Beast Roar? That is nuts. Yeah, see, a lot of them will just walk right into your R2 attacks, though. The problem is when they have that fast weapon, they can sometimes get in and punish you. Bro, the Rosmarinus is such a troll weapon. That was a bad trade. Oh, and he can punish my heal with his instant Augur Abritus. Just kill him with bullets. So disrespectful. There's an item over here that I don't need. And then there's a shortcut over here, which is actually very helpful. I will grab it just in case I die on the way down. Or kind of on the way up. I don't know, it's weird. It's like you go down in order to go up. It's a very vertically designed level. But either way, getting the lamp now will help me in case I get a game over before I get up to the top. This area really reminds me of just like, I don't know, it's tough to even explain, but just like really like dark fantasy from like old movies where they had like puppets and like CGI like wasn't a thing yet, and they would use like puppets for the characters, for the monsters and stuff. This has that like really old, like very specific like time period feeling of like how the set pieces look and how the not so much the monsters, like these don't really look like the kind of monsters you would see in those movies, but just like the set and like the atmosphere in the world that I'm in right now. Sure. There's a guy down here who's going to be really annoying to fight. Yeah, the problem is he delays his attacks, and the right time to parry him is like slightly after when you think it should be. And then if you don't kill him fast enough, these guys come up behind you and start harassing you. And they are surprisingly difficult to fight. Please, let me out of here. If I could fight him alone, I would be fine. Fighting him with 3 guys attacking me from different sides, less fine. I don't know where I am, by the way. Okay, there's the door I was looking for. Yeah, see, like, you just can't parry him at the same time when you would normally parry a big enemy like this. His attacks are just slightly behind what the expected attack range should be. Jump attack for the win. Now I've activated this guy, which means he's going to be chasing me forever. I can just ignore the other ones now, honestly. I think I can just run past everything now. I don't like running past that guy, because you see how annoying he is. Imagine me trying to get onto the elevator with that guy and his 3 cronies all chasing me. But I think I can get to the elevator now. Pretty safely. Even past this guy, I think. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Wow. That was close. I'm not going to try that again. If I have to go through there, I'm just going to go slow and steady. Don't wake up that guy. Did I wake him up? No. Just make sure. Not only do the bullets knock them down instantly, they also kind of take like extra damage from bullets. So even if your blood tinge isn't super high, you can usually, at least if they just need a little bit of chip damage, you can finish them off with a shot from the blunderbuss, which is nice. Or even better if you have like a repeating pistol. It's gonna be really weird for me to play a build that doesn't have a repeating pistol. By the way, I'm definitely going down here and getting this lamp now. I'm in bad position in terms of my resources, and I could very well see myself dying before I finish clearing out this area, so I'd rather get the shortcut now. In fact, I don't see any particular reason why I need to finish clearing the area, so I'm just gonna go restock now, and then come back and fight Mikolash. Alright, so now the question is, can we beat the game in less than 4 hours? It's gonna be a close race, but I think I can do it. I think I can do less than 4 hours. Again, Hunter Axe isn't great for fighting Mikolash. The Saw Cleaver and the Saw Spear better. I know I've said that a lot of times today. But again, something else I've said a lot of times today is that you only fight Mikolash one time. And you can keep, most of the time you're not playing like a challenge run where you're stuck using just one weapon. So you can use the Hunter Axe for like 80% of the encounters where it's better, and then just keep like a Saw Cleaver for the times when you need to fight Amelia and Mikolash and whatever was the other one that I said. One Reborn. And that's only if you're repeatedly running new game cycles. If you're doing anything else, if you're just doing Chalice content, you can just use the Hunter Axe against like 99% of enemies, and it's just as good, if not better. I'm guessing he probably resists arcane damage, but the Beast Roar is very powerful against him. The problem is my attack chain isn't actually very good at targeting him. That's the bigger issue. I don't have the correct trajectory on my slashes. You see these wide diagonal swings? What I really want are like horizontal and vertical swings, like really tight horizontal swings, like the ones that the Saw Cleaver and the Saw Spear have. The big thing that's hurting me here is the fact that my swings are so wide and it's like so diagonal. It makes it so that I can't repeatedly attack him because he can move out of the way and then hit me with the Augur of Abretus. Go downstairs. I might try to do this. Two-hand it. Okay, that's bad. He's outside of my range there. The good thing is, this weapon is really good at hitting these guys while they're dodging around. Hate that. And then you hit him with the Beast Roar. And then you hit him with the Beast Roar. Here we go, I got him. Then you hit him with the Beast Roar. I'm actually not super motivated to use all my bullets here because I'd rather catch him in a loop later on and prevent him from casting Call Beyond. Yeah. Like, I'd rather have as many bullets as possible for the second phase where you want to keep him completely stun locked and prevent him from using a Call Beyond. I think I'm going to run downstairs and grab the item down there. I don't remember what it is, and it might be something good. This would be a good time for Molotovs, too. Especially, yeah, because of this. Oh. Okay. Yeah, sure. Wow, he tanked through that? That's insane. Oh, come on. I hate fighting small enemies on staircases. I'm glad I got that. I think there's a key down here. 3 chunks, I mean, sure. I don't need the Molotovs for Mikolash, so I can use all of them for killing the enemies around here. Oh, locked on at the worst time. Alright, let me try to parry this guy. Now that he doesn't have 3 people supporting him. Yeah, it's so much easier to fight him when you don't have 3 guys tackling you from behind. Who would have guessed? Didn't even need the second swing. Yeah, I think there's a key down here. Oh. I did the same thing again. Look at that. I always do this thing where I leave them on, like, 1 health. Oh, it's just a rune. Where's the key? I think the key's not even important anyway. It just, like, opens a short... It's a weird key. It opens, like, a shortcut that you can only access after you're already, like, past where you get the key or something. I can't remember. It's weird, though. Like, the shortcut doesn't help you get anywhere that you want to get. It just helps you get back to a place that you've already been before, that you don't need to go ever again. And it's, like, the other side of the door where you get the key. It's like a weird troll key. Got him. Great use of stamina there, by the way. I had just enough to launch that 3rd attack. Now for this phase, if you just chase him up here, he runs into the mirror. And then I'm actually going to fight these puppets, so I don't have to deal with them later. Especially this one, he blocks the door. Where is he? Yeah, I don't want him blocking the door later. Okay, so if you go around, I think, to this side where the item is, and then drop down, he'll run right into the cage. I think I can get some bullets here. Yes. Okay, so the key that I want is actually over there, but I don't need it. It just opens the door that you're already on the other side of when you have the key. And you can't open it while you're in the boss fight either. So it's like, yeah, it's just like totally pointless. It's a completely pointless key. Alright. This should be a chunk, maybe? Okay, and then we're gonna get our Beast Roar ready, and we're gonna try to stun lock this guy like we did before. I'm not gonna try a plunging attack, it's too hard. Oh, come on. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He should not be casting it while I'm standing right next to him. Okay, here we go. And then Beast Roar. Beast Roar. And you notice the Beast Roar, number 1, it doesn't cost stamina. Number 2, I actually recover stamina while I'm using it. So you can keep this guy stun locked infinitely and never run out of stamina if you do it this way. As long as your damage is high enough to kill him before you run out of Quicksilver bullets, this makes Mikolash completely free. Dude, I cannot believe he cast a Call Beyond the moment I landed in the room while I was standing right on top of him. That's like the guy, that's like the, earlier when the, what are they called? Shadows of Yharnam. When the dude cast the snake summoning spell immediately, like the microsecond that he was the last guy standing, he immediately cast the snake summoning spell, and then he did it 4 times in the fight, which I've never even seen before. You think he's really annoying when he spams Augur of Abretus? I mean, the good thing about Augur of Abretus is if you just walk to the right, it just misses you, so it's not that big of a deal. But the problem is that he can cast it pretty much instantly, and that causes major problems. Alright, I'm gonna go back now. I need to get ready to go get my Blood Rock. So I could do this faster if I went and got the Blood Rock right now, and then got ready for the boss. But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run. I'm gonna do one loop. I'm gonna get the Blood Rock, and then I'm gonna do one more loop to actually fight the boss. And I think, didn't I pick up a gem or something? Because I need every point of damage that I can get right now. Because I do not have any runes. If not, I'm about to get a very strong gem soon anyway. Okay, I'm about to get a very strong gem soon anyway, so it's not a huge deal. I'd like to purchase something more important, but I guess I can't, so I'll just get 2 of these. I don't know if my damage is going to be high enough to do what I want to do. We're about to find out the hard way. You killed the Celestial Emissary? We're probably not going to see him in this playthrough. We're very close to the end already. Alright, here we go. Do I think Abretus is more affected by Fire Paper or Bolt Paper? I don't know off the top of my head, sorry. I would guess Bolt, but I just don't know. I know she's very weak against Blood Tinge. Has a Blood Tinge main. I actually posted a video where I killed her in like 10 seconds using the repeating... I mean, it's maybe a little bit... I think it was like maybe 20 or 30 seconds using the repeating pistol. You literally just walk up to her and just like blast her to pieces, and she just can't do anything about it. It's hilarious. It should be on the channel, I think. I know I posted it to Reddit, but I think I posted it here too, like on YouTube. You'd have to check. Hit that jump attack. Yeah, if you just see how fast you can melt her with the repeating pistol, it's epic. And the thing is, it's actually really good at doing a similar thing to like so many different bosses. Maybe not like killing them instantly like the way it can do against Abretus. I'm gonna wait. I'm much better at getting in that gap whenever the elevator is going. I don't know why it's different when the elevator is going down and when the elevator is going up, but I noticed like I'm way better at getting in there when the elevator is going up. So I usually just ride the elevator down and then do this. Alright, let me not say anything for a second so I can focus on this jump. Alright, so with Abretus, you can like melt her HP super fast before she has time to do anything, which is pretty cool. But with a lot of the bosses, it's like if you can get them down to like 20% health or 30% health, you can kill them really fast with the repeating pistol without any risk, because you don't have to get close to use the repeating pistol, you know what I mean? And you can spam the attacks super fast, and it deals a ton of damage. Alright, this frenzy is about to hit me. I'm just gonna heal through it. I need to heal again, I need to heal again. Alright, that could have gone better. But I'm figuring... So, the strategy you want to use to kill these enemies is always going to depend on your exact damage output and the exact weapon you're using, unfortunately. So you have to do a little bit of testing to figure it out. And then once you get it figured out, you can kind of just farm them pretty free. But right now, I don't know what my setup is for these guys. It seems like it's not single parry. Single parry doesn't seem to work. It just doesn't deal enough damage, and then it leaves me right at the point where I'm about to get frenzied. Let me try this. That did not work very well at all. And I think I woke up both of them at the same time, which is really bad. R2, L2, R1 seems to work. Do I need to use... Oh, crap. I'm in a lot of trouble here. Got it. Okay. So it seems like my heavy attacks are better at keeping them locked down. That should be my strategy, which makes sense because I'm running a strength build and I'm running a weapon with a very heavy attack weight. But I was just kind of stuck in that situation where I woke up two of them at the same time, and it's just like they build up the frenzy so fast you can't really fight them in like any way that's effective. I hate these spiders. Oh, come on. Okay, now I'm just getting on tilt controls here. Bunch of bullets actually don't really help me right now. What I really need are vials, because I had to heal through so much frenzy there. Yeah, so normally if you hyper armor through their attacks, you can heal off whatever damage they deal. But some enemies like this just have like a really super instant wind up, and they can hit you like right before your hyper armor frames start, and they can stun you out of your heavy attacks. And then situations like that where I just miss the enemy by like a fraction of an inch. You didn't know Jacksepticeye was making a Bloodborne movie until today. I think he just announced it today, so you're not too far behind the curve. You're right there where the curve is. You're right at the exact moment where the curve exists. Oh, I said I was going to go downstairs in the lecture building, and I didn't do it. You know what? I'm not going to keep this character. Oh god, hold on. Sorry. I need some water. Oh, that was terrible. Excuse me. You know what? I don't need to fight him. He's guarding an item that I don't need. Ah, gross. Great. Excuse me. There's some really good items over here. That arcane gem is good. I think there's another good gem somewhere around here. Oh man, I think I might have reached my limit for my throat. I'm just gonna have to like cough through this. But yeah, I was definitely considering if I was gonna beat the game and then do some other stuff, show off some other stuff on stream, or just end the stream when I beat the game. I can tell you right now, I'm gonna have to end the stream when I beat the game because my throat is getting pretty agitated. This is why I mentioned I usually only stream once a week now. Because if I try to stream twice a week, this happens. Yeah, whenever you swing your weapon and you miss the enemy by like 1 inch, it is really awkward and really frustrating. I imagine, yes, I do imagine it would be even worse in real life. Alright, I got my Blood Rock. I'm just going to... Actually, I can't Bold Hunter's Mark out of here because I did not buy more Bold Hunter's Marks, which I knew that I needed them, and I went back one time specifically to buy more Bold Hunter Marks, and then I didn't do it. Oh, that guy loaded in. Did you see that? We actually got to see him load in. Very cool. Alright, I went too far. I'm looking for an elevator over here. Oh, something just fell into a pit. You can get Burial Blade even before you finish Gehrman by just using a Hunter Mark right after the fight begins. I think you have to use it after you beat Gehrman and before the Moon Presence appears. I don't think you can get it before you fight Gehrman, but you might be right. I'm not sure. Dear, oh dear. Was it the hunt, the blood, or the horrible dream? No matter. It's always left to the hunter's helper to clean up your messes. I don't remember the exact line. It's something like that. Hold on, let me upgrade my weapon first. Okay, so we're gonna get our Blood Rock. This is the point where your weapon scaling starts to get incredible, because not only is your base damage higher, but it also improves the actual scaling of the weapon. So this is where, like, it actually makes sense to start power leveling your damage stat, now that it actually matters. Okay, so I think I need to replace my triangle gem with this gem here, this 18% gem. And then I might have a better radial gem, but even if I don't, I can find a better radial gem more easily. Although not before I beat the game, because I'm about to beat the game right now anyway. Racing for that 4-hour mark. Dude, it's getting so close, I don't even want to stop and make a poll. I was thinking about making a poll to see if people thought I could, if I could beat it within the 4-hour mark. But if I stop to make the poll, it's that close. Like, it's close enough that that might actually make the difference as to whether I finish or not. Alright, we don't need sedatives ever again. We don't need the Beast Roar ever again. We do need these items. So here's what we have left to do. We need to run up to the top of Murgo's Loft. We have to defeat the Wet Nurse. We're going to come back to the Dream. We're going to talk to Gehrman. And you guys want me to fight Gehrman. You don't want me to do the Yharnam Sunrise ending. Even though Yharnam Sunrise is my personal favorite ending. And it would make it a lot easier to finish under 4 hours. We will have to fight Gehrman, so that if it ends up taking more than 4 hours, it's probably going to be because of me fighting Gehrman. Yeah, no poll. It's too close. Stopping to make the poll would actually probably cause me to go over 4 hours. That's how close it is. We're racing against the clock now. 4-hour finish. If I ever speedrun Bloodborne again, I will definitely use the cleaver. I think the cleaver is much better for speedrunning. And then you can just buy a Hunter's Axe later on once you're at the end of the game. I don't need any more chunks, so I'm not going to be stopping to grab chunks anymore. Again, we're not trying to make an endgame file that I'm going to use for other things. I was considering it, but at this point, even if I was going to, I would just play through New Game Plus and get all the stuff in New Game Plus. I don't know if I can run past these guys. I wonder if they'll attack Queen Yharnam, or if their attacks will hit her, even if, like, unintentionally. I'm gonna go grab the elevator. Just in case I die against the Wet Nurse. And also it will stop these guys from chasing me, I think, maybe. Or I'll come back upstairs and they'll still be chasing me. One of those two things is gonna happen. Alright, let's see. You're hoping the movie will be lore accurate? I mean, yeah, that would be nice, but it's weird because Bloodborne has such a non-traditional narrative. It's going to be hard to make it into a movie, but who knows? They might be able to do a great job with it. That would be awesome. I would not be disappointed. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm hoping for it to fail. I would love it if it was fantastic and really well made. You know what I mean? Like Castlevania. Castlevania anime is awesome, and it has a lot of the same problems in the fact that, you know, you're adapting a video game into a animated series, which is difficult to do. And Castlevania doesn't really have like a heavy focus on story, but they were able to find a way to make the story stand out. Oh, watch out. I think she's weak against Arcane, by the way. Does anyone know if that's true? You can look it up on Bloodborne Wiki. Obviously I can't stop and look things up right now, but I think she's weak against Arcane. Which is making the Phantasm Shell even more epic here. I should have dodged that. No way that hit me. No way those both hit me. Not only did I dodge the second hit, but I definitely dodged the third hit. Oh well. I mean, I clearly didn't. But I really felt like I did. I don't know how I missed that. Especially both of them. Because typically with those delayed attacks, like, you get the opportunity... Oh, hold on a second. I know. Alright, no big deal. This is really going to be a photo finish now. I just got a text from Millie, too. She's on her way over. So, if I don't finish in 4 hours, she's probably going to get here, too. It's not like I have to stop streaming just because she comes over, though. I remember one day I streamed for, like, 7 hours while she was here. She didn't get mad about it. Dude, my character looks scary. I just saw that red eye while I was coming up the elevator. Alright. Yeah, I'm rushing too much. I'm trying to go fast. Did you see me double attacking her? Every time I got close, I was attacking twice. You should really only be attacking once. And I never would have been in that situation if I was just attacking one time. This attack here, you can damage your way through it and even heal your way through it. Like this. But like these single attacks, I should just attack one time and then back off. Unless I get that big stagger. Because what happened was I was in the middle of my attack animation when she started her 3-hit combo. Oh, that's not good. I'm just gonna run away. I'm not good at dealing with this. I'm just gonna run away until the fog ends. And that's weird. She casted that really soon. I think normally she cast it like at the middle of the fight. Not 25% of the way through the fight. That's really weird that she did that. The Chalice dungeons occasionally have weird stuff like that too. I know sometimes in the Chalice dungeons, like if you fight a boss and then you die, you respawn and attack the boss again. By the way, it seems like there's actually not a second one. Yeah, it's like she cast the spell too early, so there's not actually a second Wet Nurse. Do you see that? There's only one over there, and the second one's not spawning. She cast it way too early. She should not have done that. That was really weird. Yeah, just attack one time. Don't let her start the 3-hit combo while I'm standing in front of her. Come on. Supposedly you can actually dodge that attack. The one where she makes her clone. Like if you dodge at the right moment. Like the darkness pulse won't hit you, and then that prevents the whole thing from happening. It's like coded as an attack that hits the player. I'm doing it again. I'm attacking twice when I should only be attacking once. Where'd she go? I'll attack twice if I'm behind her. Once if I'm in front. I'll repeat attack if I can stagger her too. You actually don't want to stagger her out of that animation, because you get a ton of free damage. Okay, we should be done now. Unless she wants to troll and make the fight take longer for no reason. That was the weirdest wet nurse fight I've ever had. She cast the darkness spell so fast that there wasn't even a second clone for me to fight. And then, as a result, she didn't cast it again for the entire rest of the fight. Honestly, if you were gonna, like, if you were trying to speedrun the game intentionally and you were better than, like, if you knew the route more than I did, that would probably be, like, the best RNG you could possibly get. Because you would want her to cast it early, right? And then not summon a clone. And then you could just kill her really fast before she could do it a second time. Although the speedrunners just dodge through the attack anyway. Alright, we are very close to the end now. We got 15 minutes to defeat Gehrman. I almost called him Jeremy. Mr. Jeremy. We will level up our strength. So we can kill him as fast as possible. I already said this, we're not going to collect all the umbilical cords. It takes too long. Honestly, if it was my choice, I would just do Yharnam Sunrise right now. But we've got a little bit of time to mess around, so we'll fight Gehrman. I should be able to beat him. Let me see what I want equipped. Definitely the Phantasm Shell. Honestly, I think it's just the Phantasm Shell, right? I don't see anything else that I would want. In fact, you know what? I think I'm just gonna focus on using my gun here to get parries, and then I'll only use the Phantasm Shell if I get into this stage of the fight where I can't parry him. You think I'm gonna destroy him? Honestly, I don't really fight Gehrman that often. I spend a lot of time, like, I'm more of like a tomb prospector than anything else. Like, I normally get to the end of the game and then I just mess around in the Chalice dungeons, or I beat Gehrman and then I just sit there like at the start of New Game Plus and just play Chalice dungeons. All right. We'll watch the epic cutscene too, even though that's going to cut into the timer. Yeah, hopefully I destroy him in one try. That would be cool. That would be nice. Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is an epic visual right there. It always comes down to the hunter's helper to clean up after these sorts of messes. Here we go. I've basically got 10 minutes to do this. I'm trying to remember what the parries are. Oh, I could definitely parry that one. I keep letting him hit me with the one attack that I can't dodge. Okay, it's got a longer wind-up than I think. There we go. Problem is, I'm not really a visceral attack build. I should probably be slamming him with R2s. Use your charge up. Okay, I think I can beat him with spin to win. I will get ready for more parries later if I have to. I mean, honestly, this is the easiest space to parry, though. Oh, BS. That did not hit me. The big problem is when he pulls out his rifle. Yeah, that one attack where he steps forward and like hooks you with the scythe, I'm calling BS on that one. How much does this do? Okay, that deals more than my R2, so I should just be doing that. Especially because it gives me immunity frames, it gives me free healing, it gives me time to reset. Oh god, here it comes. Now here's the problem is he shoots his gun like instantly. Dude, it would be really nice if I could get that visceral attack without getting slammed into the ground. Yeah, there comes the gun. Why though? I don't... Yeah, I'm just not good at this fight, honestly. I just never do this fight. Look at that. It's like you get the parry, but then it sends you flying backwards, and you can't actually get the parry. I straight up have no idea how to beat this guy. I think the last time I did it was on my Hunter Tools Only challenge, where I just like kept hitting him with the tiny Tinitrus. Okay, that one I can get. I think even the third... This, you know what this reminds me of is Father Gascoigne, where the second phase is really hard because he uses the gun, and then the third phase is actually easier. If I can just get through this second phase, I think we still have a chance of winning, even first try. Because I think you don't really need to parry him anymore, right? I don't remember what that does, but I'm just going to stay away from it. Okay, yeah, get your scythe out. What? Okay. Oh, this is going to be painful, guys. Ishin before Ishin. Oh no, I've got 8 minutes left. I need to win within the 4-hour mark. I mean, technically, I didn't start the file right away as soon as I started streaming, now that I think about it. So I'll definitely win within 4 hours. Beat the game within 4 hours of in-game time. But I still want to finish before like I hit the 4-hour mark on the stream too. Alright, let's try to get these parry timings down, I guess. Because I don't think I'm going to win without parrying. Yeah, that attack is BS, I'm sorry. I hate when they give enemies instant attacks in these games. Yeah. Okay. And that wasn't a parry for reasons that are known. I just have to like constantly keep healing because he just hits me. Yep. Yes. How is that not a parry, though? How is that not a parry? I'm getting too... I can't even play because I'm getting so mad about these not being parries when they're clearly parries. Yeah, that wasn't a visceral attack either, for sure. Bro. How? How is that not a visceral attack? He's just bullying me. Okay. If I dodge that forward step, I can always parry the follow-up. That's important information. I don't know about that. Dude, I hate the fact that he can get up and move out of the way, like, when no other enemy can do that. Well, I wouldn't say no other enemy, because actually they give that ability to way more enemies than should have it. The number that should be able to do that is 0. It should be the same as the player. If you get stunned out of something, you are stunned out of it. You shouldn't be able to just... You shouldn't be able to just instantly get up and jump away. Just because you feel like it. Okay, he's doing attacks that I can parry. See, part of this comes... the reason I don't like the parry-heavy fights is because it comes down to luck. It's whether or not he does the attacks that you can parry or not. Oops, wrong button. That wasn't a visceral either. I need to just roll. I need to just dodge away whenever he rolls. Because you can parry it technically, but then you go flying and you can't actually pick up on the visceral. I just need to wait for him to do his melee attacks. Not that one. Okay. Bro, are you going to do anything else other than spam the one attack that has no counterplay? I guess not. I guess he really likes doing that one attack. I mean, granted, if you had one attack that always worked and had no punish whatsoever, you should just use it over and over again. It's kind of foolish that he's intentionally choosing to do attacks that I can parry instead of just spamming the one attack that I can't parry over and over again. Alright, I don't know. Again, I don't know what to do about this, so I'm just going to stand out of the way. It's probably one of those things where I can run up and get a bunch of free damage. But I don't know what the method is. Alright, so now he's doing these attacks again. I hate that attack. No? Okay. Interesting, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I was just about to say that. When he's in his third phase, he's, like, impossible to knock down. You see I just hit him 4 times and he didn't even stagger. There's a slight delay on the timing on that in the third phase, too. So the reason why I use the Tiny Tonitrus in this fight in my Hunter's Only challenge is because in this phase, the only thing that can knock him down is the Tiny Tonitrus. It doesn't even knock him down, it just, like, temporarily... It just, like, temporarily puts him off balance just long enough for you to get away from him. Okay. Sure. I hit him with a 4-hit combo with one of the heaviest hitting weapons in the game, and it didn't even slow him down at all. He didn't even flinch. He didn't even flinch. Alright, we're not finishing this within the 4-hour mark, I can tell you that right now. I mean, it's already too late. I'd have to go in there and kill him in like 30 seconds. I probably should have practiced this Garmin fight at some point in time in the last year if I thought I was going to do this on stream. I'm learning it pretty fast, honestly. Like this. That parry I can do now. Oh, now you want me to do Yarnum Sunrise. I know I should have. Again, apparently that's not a parry unless you're standing super close to him. So when he does the wind up, I have to make sure I get close enough for the parry to count. When he does the step, but the problem is when he does the step forward, I need to already be far away from him before he starts doing it. Okay, I guess I didn't push the dodge button when I did. I need to just not combo him, honestly. I'm getting ahead of myself trying to do these combos. The reality is you just can't stagger or stun or flinch this guy in any way whatsoever. Just hit him one time and then run away. Just hit him one time and then run away. That's all I need to do. Just hit him once and run away. Okay. At least his gun doesn't do a ton of damage like some of the other enemies. Some of the other gun spammers. At any point in time, would you like to do something other than roll forward and shoot your gun? At any point in time. Just once. Just do one attack other than roll forward and shoot your gun. Or step backwards and shoot your gun. I can tell you right now, we're doing a lot better this attempt. Even with the tilt. Does this work? No. Okay, just run away. Okay, I got some free damage there. Now, he should be, like, in scythe mode. but just with, like, extra hyper armor. Okay. I'm just gonna, instead of trying to fish for parries, I'm gonna do the thing where I attack him one time and then run away. I disagree. Oh, what? Okay, that wasn't a parry. Shooting him in the middle of the attack animation is not a parry. Hit him once, back away. That's a parry. So that parry is the exact same as the first phase. I need to restock some blood bullets here. Problem is I need him to not kill me while I'm doing it. That's not gonna work. All of the bullets I made are already gone. Okay, so apparently it doesn't parry anymore. Parry fishing is not working. I need to start landing some real attacks. How did he dodge that? What are you talking about? You're not gonna tell me he dodged the microsecond that his foot touched the ground. Yeah, recovery frames, they don't exist. For him, anyway. I have to worry about recovery frames. He doesn't. That is my least favorite thing about Miyazaki's enemy design, which is very prevalent in the games that he designed, especially in Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. Less in Bloodborne. It seems like he really started to do it in Dark Souls 3 and like picked up on it, like even more in Elden Ring. But he just makes enemies that have like no recovery frames, and they just keep attacking constantly with like unlimited stamina. Or they'll do stuff like what Gehrman just did, where he lands on the ground and then he immediately dodges out of the way. But a player could, like, the player can't do that. That's not a parry. It just isn't. Even though it is. Okay. It feels like that attack just lands wherever it feels like landing. I don't understand how to parry that attack. I genuinely have no idea. Okay. Okay. The one attack I can parry, he finally does it after 5 minutes of trolling. How is that hitting me? No matter which direction I go, it hits me. My god, finally, he wants to do one attack that I can parry. Yep. Instant dodge, always. Right out of the wake up. I am going to run out of bullets. And I can't make blood bullets because I have no real vials. No meaningful amount of vials left. This is going to be really close. I probably could have just killed him right there. Dude, I should have got the Tiny Tinnitrus. But I'd have to get 25 Arcane for that. I need to parry if I can. Stop spamming your gun. How did that miss twice? Are you kidding? Did you see that? I just whiffed half an inch away from his face 2 times in a row. And that would have been the last hit, too. Dude, how do I clown on this guy? Take a dump on him. That was so frustrating. Oh boy, here we go. W. Man, that was so frustrating. It didn't even feel like a W. I should have practiced that fight. That's like the most important thing to be able to do if you're going to be trying to finish the game as fast as possible, is make sure that you can beat the final boss. And that was the one thing I didn't do. Interestingly, this is probably the ending that I've seen the fewest number of times, because typically I either go all the way or I just do Yharnam Sunrise for the fast clear. It's not very often where I do, like, I fight Gehrman but then don't fight the Moon Presence. And so the hunt begins again. Alright, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you Skyroon S24 for chatting with me. Thank you Snow Warning for coming to cheer me on. And me, Mike, thank you for being here as well. Thank you to Alpha C for stopping by. Thank you Clint Waukee for stopping by. Let's see, Hunter 1B. Thank you for coming today. Gita Cal, thanks for stopping by today. Yes, anyone else? Hoshino Tokokoro, thank you for stopping by today. Some lurker who just joined the chat, thank you for coming at the best possible time. I just finished the game. That was the last thing we had to do today. Mr. Bushranger, thank you for being here as well. I am going to go make dinner, because I am the one who cooks. For now, enjoy the rest of your day.